and to incentivize officers to stay longer. Instead of blaming the council, there are tangible actions we need from you because our public safety system is part federal. For instance, the greatest deterrents to crime are arrest and prosecute, but the U.S. Attorney prosecutes our criminals. And the best way to reduce recidivism is prison programming, but the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is responsible for this. And to further reduce rearrests for ex-offenders and pretrial suspects, we need two federal agencies, CSOSA and Pretrial Services, better resourced. If Congress really wants to further reduce crime in the District of Columbia, here's what you can do. Fill USAO vacancies. Double the funding we already provide for MPD hiring bonuses. Adequately fund CSOSA and the Pretrial Services Agency. Fully reimburse MPD for protecting the federal presence. The underfunding by Congress over the last 4 fiscal years totals $83 million. Submit and confirm our judicial nominees. Our courts have a 20% vacancy rate in judges, backlogging the criminal docket. Amend the Federal Privacy Act so that more data can be shared between federal and local law enforcement agencies. Allow our local Attorney General to prosecute all misdemeanors because the United States Attorney usually does not. And help us pay for a new jail, which houses federal prisoners, just as Congress helped pay for a new forensic lab 15 years ago. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate the committee's attention, and I also want to welcome Congressman Garcia as the new ranking member.
Thank you. Now recognize General Schwab for his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee, I'm Brian Schwalb, D.C. Attorney General, and I'm pleased to testify about the work my office is doing to advance the district's interests and to make Washington, D.C. safer and more affordable for everyone. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My wife and I raised our 3 daughters here. I love this city. Just like your home districts, D.C. is made up of vibrant neighborhoods, hardworking, talented people who are the backbone of our culture and our economy. We are small business owners, veterans, teachers, nurses, and police officers, committed civil servants. We are Americans who deserve the same freedom to govern ourselves as your constituents enjoy. But unlike your constituents who benefit from having you here to advance their interests, the more than 700,000 residents who call D.C. home have no vote in Congress. We do, however, have elected local leaders, including an elected Attorney General. As Attorney General, I am committed to ensuring Washingtonians have a first-rate public law office, enforcing their laws, protecting their taxpayer dollars, and advancing the public interest. My office handles thousands of matters across an array of issues, from enforcing child support orders and protecting domestic violence victims to holding companies accountable for fueling the opioid crisis. We protect seniors and consumers from scams. We go after slumlords. We defend district agencies, including our police department, securing and saving hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Nothing is more important to the work we do than making the district safer for everyone who lives here, works here, and visits here. As you've heard, D.C.'s criminal justice system is unique, and its structure is often a source of confusion. Unlike anywhere else in the country, the responsibility for prosecuting local crime in the district is divided between the federal government, the United States Attorney's Office, which handles all adult felonies and most adult misdemeanors, and my office, which prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases and certain adult misdemeanors. Because the vast majority of crime in the District of Columbia is committed by adults, not juveniles, it is the U.S. Attorney's Office that handles the vast majority of prosecution. Despite our limited jurisdiction, we take our responsibility over juvenile prosecution seriously. Our attorneys aggressively prosecute violent juvenile offenses whenever there is sufficient evidence to meet the burden of proof. Kids must face consequences, swift and certain consequences when they break the law. And our prosecutors work every day to hold them accountable and ensure victims receive justice. Last year, we prosecuted 84% of all violent juvenile cases, including over 90% of homicides and attempted homicides, 87% of carjackings, and 86% of gun cases. Crime rates last year reached 30-year lows and have continued to decline this year. but there is more work to be done. We must continue to pursue a comprehensive public safety strategy. Effective policing and prosecution are critical, so too are preventive efforts designed to stop crime before it happens. Keeping people safe is not a choice between law enforcement or prevention. We must do both. As the nation's capital, public safety in the district has always required a strong working partnership with federal law enforcement, regardless of who is in the White House. We have worked and will continue to work closely with our federal law enforcement partners every day. But declarations of emergency and unilateral federal actions taken without coordination or advance warning do not promote long-term public safety. Sending masked agents in unmarked cars to pick people off the streets, flooding our neighborhoods with National Guardsmen who are untrained in local policing, attempting a federal takeover of our police force, none of these are durable, long-lasting solutions for driving crime down. In fact, they threaten to destroy critical trust between local communities and the police, trust which is essential to effective, efficient policing and prosecution. There are constructive ways the federal government can work with us to continue driving crime down. For example, Congress can help combat the flood of illegal guns pouring into our city. 95% of illegal guns that end up on our streets come from outside the district. We also need help filling longstanding judicial vacancies, confirming our highly qualified nominees. The vacancy crisis has led to severe case backlogs, with felony cases being scheduled into 2027, resulting in delayed justice for crime victims and the community. Finally, Congress could help by investing desperately needed services in facilities like a psychiatric residential treatment facility for youth with serious mental and behavioral health issues that often contribute to crime. All of us, DC's elected officials, members of Congress, we have a shared goal of continuing to make durable improvements to public safety in the District of Columbia. I and my office are ready to have serious discussions on how best to do that with anybody who is willing in good faith and in a spirit of partnership to have them with us. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, General. Now I recognize Mr. Jackson for his opening statement.
All right, thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, and the committee for having me. I'm Greg Jackson, a D.C. resident, a survivor of gun violence, and the former Deputy Director for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. This was an office that coordinated federal resources, implemented life-saving policies, and coordinated with local leaders to achieve a 13.2% reduction in violent crime and a 31% reduction in homicides nationwide in just 2 years. I spent the last decade of my life working to address this crisis, from consoling a mother who lost her 10-year-old who was buying ice cream in D.C. to walking the hallways in Parkland with families that have lost their loved ones to school shootings. And we've seen firsthand how this is destroying too many families in our country. This is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now the leading cause of newly disabled Americans. With 1 in 5 Americans being impacted by this violence, this is also personal for me. I'm a survivor of gun violence.
अब 10 केजी फॉर्चून चक्की फ्रेश आटा पर 50 रुपए का टॉप्स टोमेटो केचप बिल्कुल फ्री।
Despite this crisis we face, the last few years have shown us that we do have solutions that work. In the previous 2 years, D.C. and cities across the country have seen historic reductions in gun violence without the deployment of masked agents or the military. We did this by investing in prevention and intervention efforts to communities at risk, and strategically investing in law enforcement to keep illegal guns off of our streets and to close homicides. Recently, even the current FBI director, Kash Patel, celebrated historic levels or historic reductions in violent crime. But we know that's not the product of a few months of troops or FBI actions. They are the result of billions in prevention resources, law enforcement, and community leaders risking their lives every day, as well as the transformative policies implemented over the last few years. Without masked agents and troop deployments, we've seen homicides drop 54% in Baltimore, 20% in Atlanta, 41% in Phoenix, 27% in Los Angeles, and as shared by district leadership, violent crime in D.C. is down by 53%. We got here in major part because Republicans and Democrats came together to enact a bipartisan law that provided historic resources for violence prevention, law enforcement strategies, as well as enhanced our background check system for those under 21, preventing domestic abusers from accessing guns, making the largest investment in youth mental health in history, as well as community violence intervention, and making gun trafficking a federal crime, prosecuting those who are flooding guns into our communities. These strategies, in partnership with local leaders, reduced homicides again by 31% and mass shootings by 20% in our country. As our communities have been fighting our way out of this crisis, we find ourselves at a dangerous crossroad. Instead of adding more federal resources to solutions that work, the Trump administration has dismantled and defunded bipartisan strategies passed into law to reduce violence. They shut down the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. They defunded law enforcement, including the ATF. They cut over $1 billion in mental health resources for our schools, terminated $812 million in funding for community violence intervention programs, defunded gun violence research, shut down the CDC Firearm Injury Center, dismantled important regulations like the zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, and now plans to further defund critical resources to address the root causes of violence like housing, employment, and health care. And here in D.C., the administration and Congress's actions have been extremely harmful, withholding over $1 billion of D.C. local tax dollars, undermining our leadership, and flooding our neighborhoods with military to instill fear in everyday Americans. Look, I live in Ward 8, a community that the White House has called a slum. But for us, this is a neighborhood where we walk our dogs, we listen to jazz on Sundays, we grill out during the summers, and most importantly, like any neighborhood, we support each other. But since this D.C. Trump takeover, we hear sirens nightly. We've seen buildings raided daily, like the building of young Mackay, who's sitting behind me. We've seen elderly harassed on their porch, and now even traffic jams from the flood of police and military on our streets. This deployment of federal troops that's essentially making us feel hostage in our own homes is not the federal support we need. And most importantly, it's costly, costing our country an estimated $200 million for one city alone. To be tough on crime, we need a different approach. We need a federal law enforcement that focuses on keeping guns out of our communities in the first place. We need to be tough on crime by fully funding the ATF to catch gun traffickers, to shut down rogue gun dealers, to disrupt dangerous black markets of firearms. To be tough on crime, we need to protect and fund the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed and is working. To be tough on crime, we must hold the billionaires accountable that have put weapons from the battlefield into our backyards. And to be tough on crime, we must fund resources for communities that are most at risk to prevent violence before it happens. We have real solutions to save lives from gun violence and reduce violent crime, and now is the time to protect that progress and continue to build on that momentum. Thank you. And Chairman, if you will, I do want to request, we had a really terrible tragedy last night where 5 officers were shot and 3 were lost, and I would kindly like to request we honor them with a moment of silence, if you will.
Absolutely. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr. Jackson. That concludes our opening statements. We're now going to proceed with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Dr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mayor Bowser. I often say that trust is a series of promises kept, and it's been made clear that Congress can't trust the swamp to enforce the rule of law. Last week, this committee passed my bill, the District of Columbia's Home Rule Improvement Act, to ensure our nation's capital is safe, stable, and governed responsibly. Congressional oversight is vital to rehabilitate the District of Columbia from its chronic crime epidemic and restore law and order. Failed leadership, soft on crime policies, rampant corruption has left D.C. more dangerous than war-torn Baghdad. This committee's investigation reveals Metro PD falsified crime statistics, while the Attorney General's office seals the juvenile criminals records to protect those so-called minors. But let's be honest, they aren't kids. These are 24-year-old criminals. By allowing adults to be tried as minors, Washington, D.C. is aiding and abetting criminal activity that threatens the lives of residents, visitors, and everyone who works in our nation's capital. Washington, D.C. must earn back the trust of President Trump and Congress, but it does not happen just by blatantly manipulating crime statistics, seeking politically motivated litigation, and spending irresponsibly. Mayor Bowser, I must tell you, I've never felt safer in D.C. There's a record low crime rate, an increase in gang-related arrests, and friendly National Guardsmen patrolling the streets. Why is D.C. safer now than it was 38 days ago?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And as I explained when we were here 2 years ago, it is true that we experienced, like many places, a spike in 2023. I can say unequivocally, this is not 2023. In each of the past 2 years, we have driven down crime. In 2023, we finished the year 35% down. Last year, we finished the year, I believe, 24% down. And all throughout this year, we were driving down to more than a 20% decrease in violent crime. I have also testified that during the surge, we experienced many hundreds of federal officers and agencies that we typically work with, and we did experience further decreases in all categories. The most substantial was in carjackings.
Gotcha. Now, Chairman Mendelson, you voted in favor of the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 2013, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this bill allows adults under 25 years old to be prosecuted as minors. In 2023, you testified before this committee that there was no crime crisis in D.C. Now, if there's no crime crisis, then why did you establish the D.C. Violence Fatality Review Committee back in 2018, right before passing the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act? In fact, hold on, I'm not done yet.
Sure.
In fact, this review committee, according to the D.C. Code, Chapter 14A, is tasked with examining crimes against adults 19 years old and older. This makes no sense. So, Chairman, are 19-year-olds only considered adults when they're victims, not the criminals creating them and creating more and more violent crimes? Your juvenile curfew emergency declaration resolution of 2025 states, since 2023, the district has seen a rise in unruly behavior by juveniles. Which is it? Yes or no? Do you admit that there has been a rise in juvenile crime here in D.C. under President Trump's declared public safety emergency?
That there's been a increase in juvenile crime in the last month? I've not seen the data. I don't think so, though.
Okay.
But let me just say that the Youth Rehabilitation Act doesn't allow adults to be prosecuted as minors. They're still prosecuted as adults.
Well, I mean, it's very confusing when you have the definition of a minor is 25 and under. And then your statistics, actually, you look at victims at 19 years and younger. So it has to be statistically, you can make anything work with statistics.
Well,
So it's got to be one way or the other.
as you know, each law sometimes has its own definition. So for purposes of YRA sentencing, we define younger adults under 24, but that's not the same as they're being prosecuted as juveniles. Our criminal code is quite clear that anyone who's under 18 is prosecuted as a juvenile unless they are, for the most serious crimes, murder and sexual crimes, they are, by the U.S. Attorney, chosen to be prosecuted as adults.
Thank you.
Thank you,
yield
Chair.
back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I want to just also say this clearly, and I know that we all believe this. Violent crime, we know, has no place in our communities. People absolutely have a right to be concerned about crime. As a former mayor, and a lot of us have been in local government, we know that those concerns are real on the ground. Now, Democrats believe in investing in solutions that actually make people safer. Now, Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, now can each of you just confirm with a yes or a no that you agree with me that one, we need to make sure that we have local officers on the beat, that two, that we're investing in community partnerships and organizations on the ground, and three, that we're building trust with law enforcement. Are those things important, Mayor Bowser?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A.G. Schwab? Yes. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jackson, is it also true that President Trump has actually destroyed and eliminated many of the programs which fight gun violence and save lives? Yes, sir. And did President Trump also not eliminate the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, of which, of course, you were very involved in leading.
Yes.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Jackson, is it not true that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the other work in the administration was literally focused on making this country safer?
That's correct.
Now, Mayor Bowser, as a former mayor, I know how hard, of course, you are working to keep people safe. You have said that mass ICE agents on the streets of D.C. are not helping, which I appreciate, and all of us appreciate. And of course, today we could be talking about more community policing. We could be talking about illegal guns. We could be talking about real partnerships and fully funding Washington, D.C. But we can't do that, of course, because the majority continues to ignore the crimes and corruption at 1600 Pennsylvania and the corruption of this administration. Now, we can't pull out a full map of Washington, D.C., but there are other corruption hotspots across the district. Now, let's look right next door to the White House. Here is the headquarters of the Office of Management and Budget. Just next door, OMB ordered the unlawful freezing of more than $425 billion in congressionally authorized funds. This obviates the law. It's corruption. It's a crime. This has hurt communities in D.C. and across the country. They're blocking funds for energy, education, law enforcement, and much more. Now, let's go down the map a few miles south. Here is the Department of Homeland Security, where Secretary Noam has ordered unlawful deportations and unleashed masked federal agents to harm innocent people across the country. And we have no idea, by the way, of who's following that and who's not. Who's following what rule, who is not. What we do know is that the legal rights of people and due process is being ignored. If we go up the map back to the north on Maryland Avenue, we have the Department of Education, also in D.C., more crimes and corruption. Here, the Trump administration illegally froze billions of dollars of K-12 and adult education funding. They even froze funding for mental health. And they're trying to illegally dissolve the agency in violation of the law. Again, more crimes and corruption in Washington, D.C. This would devastate children across the country, especially those with disabilities. Now, if we go back downtown, here's the Department of Commerce, where Trump and the Secretary are breaking the law by illegally imposing tariffs without congressional approval. And all is being done in violation of the law, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals. And finally, if we go across the river, another part of D.C., to the Pentagon, Secretary Hegseth is politicizing the military. He leaked classified information, putting Americans in uniform at risk, and he's illegally seized control of the National Guard and ordered soldiers to illegally engage in law enforcement activities. And so we can map D.C., we can map where crimes is happening, we can map where corruption is happening. This, of course, is all we know, just the tip of the iceberg. Now, we could list nearly every agency across the government and every federal building on a map at where crimes and corruption are happening in the district. But we will not, in this process, be silent where this crime and corruption is happening. I want to thank, again, all of our witnesses for your work to lower crime in the district and to lower the temperature across your population. I thank you all very much. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much. I'll point out this idea of crime going up or down. Crime, it depends what year you take as your base year. I guess in Washington, D.C., the all-time high was in 1992, where we had 482 murders. That's just almost beyond belief. Last year, we had 187. If you go back 10 years to 2014, we had 105. So you could say the murder rate almost doubled, or you could look at what we were at 220 and say it fell dramatically. But in any event, I think the number of murders in Washington, D.C. is an embarrassment. The amount of crime is an embarrassment. I guess the thing is what we're doing to solve it, and we just heard 4 experts apparently on the topic give their opinion. I sometimes, when I'm back in my district, which is not Washington, D.C., do ride-alongs with local police, local sheriffs, local police, what have you. And I ask them what the causes of crime, and almost uniformly they talk about the breakdown in the family and how families are not as strong as they once were, is how they're not fathers in the family. And I think if you look at statistics, which are hard to find on the background of people committing crimes, you frequently look at what I would describe as weak families and fatherless families. Nevertheless, 4 of you in your prepared statements and talked about what we're doing to reduce crime. Not one of you mentioned the decline of the role in the decline of the role of the father in the family over the last, it's been just getting worse over the last 60 years. I'd like to ask you, are any of you doing anything to try to keep more fathers at home and being mentors for these kids? The vast majority of murders are committed by males. Are you doing anything along the line to get the fathers back in the home?
Congressman, let me answer that by saying we, and I know that I focused a lot on our law enforcement efforts, but we commit to and invest in a lot of prevention efforts as well, from incredible and effective funding of our public schools to our...
Yeah, I only got 5 minutes. We
Yes,
got to
to
address
our-
the topic. What are we
Yes.
doing to get fathers in the home?
Well, sir, we take the position that we support families in whatever form they come in, and we make investments that the government is responsible for. Great schools, great health care, safe streets.
Mr. Jackson, could you want to try to answer that question? Are you doing anything?
Yes,
Talk about the
a
importance.
major priority for funding for community violence intervention programs focus directly on mentorship with young men. In D.C., we have a program called Pathways. We work directly with those who are most at risk, and it's about everything from not just preventing violence, but how to strengthen their ability to be fathers, to be leaders, to be providers and protectors in the home.
Well, are we doing anything to make sure that a higher percentage of children born in the district are born in families in which there's a father in the home? Are we doing something to address that problem, which to me is the big problem? And again, we have these hearings on crime, and none of the witnesses seem to be addressing the root cause of the whole problem.
If I can, that $812 million that was terminated by the Trump administration cut community violence intervention programs. Many of them do precisely that. So if that's a priority, we should be funding, doubling down, and scaling out that work.
I'm not sure that's true, but any of the other guys, Mr. Schwab, are you aware of anybody doing anything to talk about the importance with Washington's youth of having a dad at home when that child is born? Is anybody addressing that problem in the city?
Every day, all day, sir, people are talking about how do we strengthen the family, how do we strengthen communities for young people, how do we make sure that young people have role models, family members, and others. Let me mention one other thing that's important from the work that my office does that doesn't make a lot of press. But one of the things we have a responsibility to do is do child support enforcement. And we know
No,
that
that's not the problem. The problem
non-custodial-
is we don't need a guy paying child support or having his wages garnished. The problem is we need a guy in the home. So what are we doing about getting the guy in the home?
We're trying to make sure in the enforcement of our child support rules that we are lowering the friction between non-custodial parents and custodial parents
Okay,
so that
so-
kids raised in the home have
So we're
both
not
parents
addressing the
engaged.
problem. Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't agree that we're not addressing the problem at all. We are trying to increase family stability. We, the government, no government can force a couple to be together but we are, for instance, we have vigorous programs with regard to reducing teenage pregnancy.
Judge,
We are
gentlemen-
trying to reduce the
Gentlemen's
cycle
time's
of
expired.
poverty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 60 groups led by D.C. Vote, a letter from 150 groups led by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and a letter from the National Urban League and the Greater Washington Urban League.
Without objection, to ordered.
District of Columbia residents have all the obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with Selective Service. Yet Congress denies them full self-government and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant D.C. statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from leading constitutional scholars explaining why D.C. statehood bill H.R. 51 is constitutional.
Without objection, to ordered.
The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to admit new states. All 37 new states were admitted by Congress. The district clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to reduce the size of the federal district, which Congress did by 30% in 1846. H.R. 51 reduces the size of the federal district from 68 square miles to 2 square miles, consisting of the White House, the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the National Mall, and remaining under the control of Congress, under control of Congress. The new state consists of residential and commercial areas of D.C. The admissions clause does not establish any prerequisites for the admission of new states, but Congress generally has considered 3 factors: support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and resources and population. 86% of D.C. residents voted for statehood in 2016. D.C. residents have demanded democratic rights for more than 220 years. D.C. has a larger gross domestic population than 16 states and a higher per capita gross domestic product than any state. D.C. has the higher per capita personal income than any state. D.C. has a larger population than 2 states. Republicans do not like that D.C. votes for Democrats, so they deny D.C. statehood. Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, and Attorney General Schwab, my question for you is, why should D.C. be a state?
Representative Norton, across the globe, Washington, D.C. symbolizes the power and the virtue of a representative democracy, a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And yet, the 700,000 of us that live here in the District of Columbia are the only residents of the capital of a democratic country that do not have a voice in our national legislature. That's wrong. That's un-American. D.C. residents are Americans too. The lack of voting representation harms the District of Columbia. We, at this moment in our country, should be expanding democracy, not constraining it.
And Congresswoman, if I can add to Attorney General Schwab's remark, because frequently people focus on our lack of representation, and that is certainly an affront to us as tax-paying Americans. What gets less focus, but has come into focus over the last several weeks, is that we lack full autonomy. So for all intents and purposes, we function like a state. I function as our jurisdiction's governor and county executive and mayor. We perform the duties that all states are asked, and we don't do anything less. But we don't have control of our National Guard, and a peculiarity of our home rule charter, a president can declare an emergency in the district. So lack of full autonomy also prevents us from using the money that we raised in taxes, like happened this year. Taxes that we raised in the district cut from our approved budget, which forced us to cut services, including the pay raises that our police officers are due, being delayed until this October.
All right, gentlelady's time has expired. Now the chair recognizes the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, is crime up or down in the last month here in D.C.?
It's down.
Down significantly, right? Robberies down 42%, deadly weapon assaults down 13%, carjackings down 85%, car theft down 24%, violent crime down 25%. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Before last year, before the surge, violent crime was down 26%. After the surge, violent crime was down 27%.
Yeah, I thought you would say that before the surge that violent crime was down. But the chairman of the Fraternal Order, in fact, you said, I think you tweeted out or you put a statement out on August 12th, violent crime in the district is at its lowest levels we've seen in 30 years.
Correct.
But the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. Pemberton, said, when our members respond to the scene of a felony offense, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on the scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. Are you guys cooking the books?
I think we're not, but I also know that there are a couple of investigations, one by this
Well,
committee.
you settled a case too, didn't you? You just settled a case where someone said you were cooking the books. Is that right?
I can't speak to that case. I don't have familiarity.
Well, we know
of
it was settled. It's been reported.
But I do know there are collateral statistics that affirm the reduction
Is
in
Mr.
crime.
Pemberton lying? Head of the FOP?
Yes.
You think he's lying? Wow. Well, let me just read from the court case that was settled. This is the transcript of Mr. Randy Griffin, who's the commander of the Metro Police Department. And he was asked the question in his deposition. He says, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? He responded yes. Question, so he's saying that you told him to come up with a solution for the theft problem, which is driving up crime statistics for the district, correct? He responded yes. Sounds like you guys are cooking the books there, according to, this is under oath from the deposition from this case that was just settled with the person who brought the action, sergeant in your police department, but you're not cooking the books?
Congressman,
The question was to Mr. Mendelson.
As I said, there are two investigations. I know there's one internal in the Metropolitan Police Department. I know that there's an investigation by this committee. I think that the three of us
What's
here
taking
welcome
property
that
without right?
investigation.
What's taking property without right?
Well, that would be theft.
Why not call it theft? Why come up with this designation? In fact, that's what he says. He's asked the question. He
Congressman,
said,
I can't
the
speak to
solution,
that
the solution from
particular
Mr. Zabowski was to come up with this TPWR, taking property without right. What is that? Taking property without right is what again?
If you're speaking to the particular charges, I can't speak to that. And as I've said several times here, I can't speak to that particular case. I think the issue is whether there is
I'm asking a simple question. You have a classification for crime called taking property without right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means just what it said, if that's what the crime is.
Well, why not call it? I mean, what would a normal person call taking property without right?
Are we talking about what the criminal code and the specific
No, I'm just
crimes
talking
are?
about that statement that you have that's grown 500% in the last several years, that specific category of crime. I'm just wondering, what does that exactly mean?
So if we look at collateral data such as ShotSpotter, we know that gunshots are down 29% from 23
Taking
to 24.
property without right was the question. What does that mean?
I've already answered you, sir.
And what'd you say again?
I said that if you're speaking to a particular offense in our criminal code, I cannot speak to that particular offense.
Well, why not just call it stealing? That's what we would all, someone comes and takes something that belongs to me, or someone comes and takes something that belongs to you, we call it stealing. Why create this new category that grows 500% that I think allows you to cook the books as the head of the FOP in your city said so?
As you know, as the chair of the Judiciary Committee, there are for many offenses a range of possible charges from misdemeanor to felony and different shades of felony. So I am not familiar with that particular offense.
Is it a good thing that, are you against having the National Guard here, or do you think that's been helpful to the citizens and the families and the people who live in the D.C. area?
We think that the D.C. National Guard is a very valuable and wonderful asset to the city. That's a little bit different than having thousands of guard troops stationed around the city when they are not trained in law enforcement, and my understanding is that many of them were looking kind of bored with what they were doing.
My time has run out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work. Mayor Bowser, back in March, the Republican leadership here in the House cut $1.1 billion from the D.C. budget.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
So I I live in Boston. We have about 700,000 people in our city, pretty much the same size as D.C. I know taking $1 billion out of our budget would kill us, in terms of our ability to deliver services and fund a police department. Can you talk about what that meant? It is ironic. It is ironic that the same people who cut $1.1 billion out of your budget 4 months later are saying, we're going to take over the city because you're not taking care of law enforcement.
That's correct, Congressman. And it was especially problematic because it came mid-year. To cut $1 billion with 12 months is bad enough, but to cut it with 6 months, it's almost impossible.
And Mayor, tell me where that $1.1 billion, where did it come from?
It came from every one of our sectors. And when you have to cut that much money.
The source, was that from D.C. taxpayers?
100% local dollars.
Okay,
And
so they cut $1.1 billion of the tax money paid by D.C. residents.
That's correct.
They cut that from your budget so that you can't provide as much law enforcement and police officers to patrol these streets. Is that right?
That's right.
And Chairman Mendelson, you mentioned earlier that it had about $83 million underfunding of the police department directly. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an emergency planning and security fund that Congress appropriates every year for. It is supposed to fully reimburse our MPD for its work in connection with the federal presence, whether
Okay.
it's demonstrations or escorts for the.
I get it. There's a protest down here every week, every couple of days.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I
And it's been
compliment you on
underfunded.
your ability to try to deal with that. And that's not D.C.'s problem. That's the country, because this is the place we come to exercise our First Amendment rights to petition our government. So that's a lot of your problem, is the fact that you are our nation's capital, and this is where we come to complain, right? We complain to our federal government, and you have to deal with that. Attorney General Schwab, are you familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act?
I am, sir.
Your mic is not on.
Yes, the Posse Comitatus Act is a law, long-standing law in our country that makes clear that in our country, military are not engaged in policing American citizens on American soil.
Absolutely, but isn't that what President Trump is doing right now, bringing in the military to police the civilian population in this district? That's exactly what he's doing. Is that your view as well?
Well, sir, I filed a lawsuit that involves that very issue in terms of the legality.
I read that. That's why I asked you the question.
And so while a lawsuit is pending, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the lawsuit or the merits of it, but I am very concerned about the law of our country being followed, especially when it puts the district and district residents in harm's way.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, so now we have armed military on the streets here in D.C. because they cut your budget so you can't hire more police, and also to recruit more police officers. That's suffering as well. And yet I see that not only is the military being politicized, coming in here and supporting one president's agenda, but they're also suffering the humiliation of having to go pick up trash and do landscaping and spreading mulch, things like that. That is not what we ask of our sons and daughters when they put on that uniform. We should treat them with more respect than this president is treating them right now. Madam Mayor, how many additional police officers do you think you could hire with that $1.1 billion that was cut from your budget?
Well, we think we can safely hire up to 300 officers per year. We know that we can add to our recruitment bonuses. We know that we can invest in the types of things that young officers want, like take-home patrol cars, like updated training facilities, and improved district headquarters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Bowser, I'm going to ask you a simple question based on the question you were just asked. Do you commit to use all that money to hire law enforcement people?
We commit to using it for law, where it was cut primarily. We have.
I just need to know yes or no. Will you, because you're making a big deal about wanting that money for law enforcement. Would you use it for law enforcement, yes or no?
No, well, Congressman, we want the money because it was approved by this Congress and it's our money.
Thank you.
We want it for law enforcement.
I take that as a no.
We want it for fire and EMS.
Mayor Bowser,
we
I'm
want
going to
it
change
to
the way I'm
support our
asking you
city.
questions. Mayor Bowser, it's
Yes,
my
ma'am.
time. It's my time.
There'll be order in here. Let Dr. Fox has the time. Let Dr. Fox proceed, Dr. Fox.
Mayor Bowser, do you agree that a key part of reducing juvenile crime is by improving education outcomes for students in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Good. So you believe that education is important for reducing juvenile crime. Do you also agree that the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program, or D.C. OSP, which expands educational opportunities for low-income families, plays a part of helping us reach that goal?
We have a system of choice here that includes opportunity scholarships, public charter schools, and traditional public schools.
Yes, ma'am.
All
I'm
three.
quite familiar with that.
Yep.
So we know students in the D.C. OSP can receive a high-quality education while they may be otherwise left behind in the horribly underperforming schools in D.C. This program provides real school choices for families, been repeatedly studied and evaluated. The results show that participants in the program thrive and see higher rates of high school graduation and the pursuit of higher education. Mayor Bowser, given the recent spike in juvenile crime in the city, I hope we can agree it's more important now than ever that school children have pathways to succeed and learn in safe, high-performing schools. What is your administration doing to ensure students have access to alternative education programs, including the D.C. OSP, to keep them engaged and on track?
Well, we have been very supportive of the SOAR Act, and we encourage this Congress to continue to support SOAR, where we invest in all sectors, including the Opportunity Scholarship Fund. We're also very proud that when we look back over 15 years in our investments in school reform with mayoral control of the schools and council oversight of the schools, we've seen enrollment in our schools nearly reach 100,000. We've seen achievement outpace our peer schools across the nation, and our children have rebounded from COVID learning loss faster than most.
Thank you.
And
Thank
our
you.
residents are responding.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I just was going to add that our residents are responding by sending their children to their neighborhood schools. And that is a marker of success.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, given that better educational opportunities are strongly correlated with reductions in juvenile crime, what immediate steps is the City Council taking to ensure that D.C. youth have the best educational opportunities and are not left behind in failing schools?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for that question. The council has actually taken a number of steps to ensure that funding is not cut to our local schools, that the individual schools in DCPS and in the charter schools are fully funded. We have been very aggressive about assuring that. But I want to note that the legislation that was passed would have the effect of cutting DCPS by $17.5 million a year. That is hurting kids, hurting 50,000 kids in our DCPS system because they will get $17.5 million less, and that is substantial.
Thank you. A.G. Schwab, what evidence does your office have that designated juvenile curfew zones have successfully reduced incidents of teenagers roaming or causing disturbances in residential neighborhoods, and how are those results measured?
We have seen, and I support the chief's use of curfew with respect to juveniles. The way the curfew has been used here in the district is a tool for the MPD to ask young people to disperse if there are large groups of them. That has been largely successful. If youth have not dispersed in response to the MPD request, MPD will occasionally pick those youth up and bring them to what's called our Youth Services Center, where their parents are called and they're brought home. We have not seen an increase in prosecution related to curfew, but we know anecdotally that the curfew, at least as a short-term measure, has been effective in dispersing large crowds of young people.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before I
Mr. Chairman,
recognize-
I would like to ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a article from Vox News entitled "Laboratories of Democracy, Washington, D.C. showed how to do universal pre-K right. D.C. offers free pre-K for toddlers. The ripple effects have helped K through 12 schools." This is the first
Without
city in
objections
the
ordered.
United States
Without
to have
objections
universal
ordered.
pre-K in the country.
Chair recognizes
They
Mr.
are
Christomorte.
innovating and leading the
Ms.
way.
Stansbury, no tryouts for MSNBC. Chair recognizes, and before I recognize Mr. Christomorte, if I may, that $1 billion is restored in the continuing resolution that we're going to vote on tomorrow.
It hasn't been taken up. The Senate took it up a long time ago, and this
Well,
House has
I've been
refused
a
to take that
proponent
up.
for that, and
So let's not
I've
talk about
publicly-
what we're going to do. Let's talk about what we've done.
Well, are you going to vote for the CR, Mr. Lynch? Are the Democrats going to vote for the CR that restores that $1 billion funded one?
I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
Let me know what it says.
All right, we'll send you the text. Chair recognizes Mr. Christomorte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though we're here today to discuss President Trump's takeover of D.C. law enforcement, Chicago, which I represent, is also on Trump's hit list. President Trump has demonized and called Chicago a, quote, hellhole. Attorney General Schwab, in August, the president called D.C. a hellhole as well, right?
Yes, he did.
He also said, quote, Chicago is the murder capital of the world. And just yesterday, he called Chicago, quote, a death trap. I have here a list of states that, based on FBI data, have the highest number of violent crimes per capita. 4 of the top 5 states on this list are run by Republicans. And if you're talking about total murders in absolute terms, it turns out Texas is number 1. In this particular list here, Illinois is number 29. Now, Attorney General, you see Alaska tops this list. To your knowledge, the president hasn't called Alaska a hellhole, right?
I have not heard that.
And Arkansas is number 4 here. He didn't call Arkansas a hellhole, correct?
I have not heard that.
And you haven't heard the president talk about deploying the National Guard in Texas, correct?
I have not.
Folks, this isn't about crime. It's about politics. Just this week, Trump said, quote, I'm going to Chicago early against Pritzker. Pritzker is nothing. That's not how a president should be talking about any governor or any state. I'd like to talk about the National Guard deployment here in D.C. and the cost of it. Now, Mr. Jackson, as you said, I believe that the D.C. deployment is going to cost over $200 million, correct?
Correct. That's projection.
Let's see how this money is being used. Trump says it's for fighting crime. But here's a guardsman carrying trash. Here's a guardsman mowing the lawn. Here's a very nice gentleman, a guardsman carrying a leaf blower. Honorable work, certainly, but this is not why the taxpayers fund the National Guard. If Trump was serious about crime, he wouldn't cut nearly $4 million in federal funding for local violence prevention groups in Chicago. Attorney General, you'd agree the president should be funding these crime prevention programs, not cutting them, right?
As I said in my testimony, sir, prosecution and prevention are both essential to making sure cities are safe, and we have to do both. Crime intervention work, violence intervention work has been successful here in the District of Columbia in terms
You shouldn't be cutting that
of
work,
driving
right?
gun violence down. We need to invest in it.
Not cut it, right?
Correct.
This week, I want to turn to another topic. In Elgin, a Chicago suburb in my district, an American citizen was pulled from his home, cuffed, and detained by ICE. And another U.S. citizen in Des Plaines, also in my district, was tased in the face and detained in another ICE operation. This is shameful, and I'm extremely concerned about the safety and well-being of my constituents. I'm also concerned about the devastating impact that out-of-control ICE raids and the deployment of the National Guard will have on the economy and jobs back in the Chicago area. Let's look at a couple stats. Foot traffic for Chicago's second most profitable business corridor on 26th Street is down 60% since ICE raids began. And this is not just a hypothetical concern that the same would happen with the deployment of National Guard. Let's look at what's happened to D.C.'s economy. Mr. Schwab, CNN has reported restaurant reservations decreased by as much as 31%, and foot traffic in retail stores is down 81%. Those reports show that the president's unilateral deployment of the Guard is hurting the local economy, right?
That's consistent.
Folks, our economy is softening. Unemployment and prices for necessities like vegetables are soaring. Mr. President, let's put aside politics and hostility toward governors and elected officials. Let's not take actions that hurt families and the economy. I'd like to turn to my final topic, and that's domestic violence. Attorney General Schwab, according to The Hill, President Trump suggested that, quote, a little fight with the wife shouldn't count in D.C. crime stats. You don't dispute The Hill reported this, right?
I saw that.
But there's nothing little about 12,000 victims of domestic violence in D.C., or nothing little about 50,000 Illinoisans experiencing domestic violence, correct?
No, it's a very serious crime.
There's nothing little about 12,000 children, more than 12,000 children who witnessed domestic violence in Chicago either, right?
It's traumatizing.
It's abhorrent that the president routinely dismisses violence faced by women. And given his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, this attitude, unfortunately, comes as no surprise. Let's be clear. There's nothing little about domestic violence, not the scale of the problem or the courage of the survivors. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On August 11th, 2025, the day the president took action here in D.C., Councilman Allen said this: the president taking over local control, the MPD, and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. Do you agree with that statement by Councilmember Allen, Attorney General Schwab?
I do believe that the presence of thousands of armed troops in the district has been a problem and counterproductive for public safety in the district.
Counterproductive, dangerous. He said the second sentence, dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. How is 85% reduction in carjackings dangerous for the city, for the city's residents?
I don't believe that.
Chairman Mendelson, do you believe that do you agree with Mr. Councilman Allen's statement?
Well, if the question is about the National Guard reducing carjackings, I don't think the National Guard was involved in reducing carjackings.
I'm asking about this statement. Do you agree with Councilman Allen's statement?
Could you repeat the statement again?
President taking over local control of the MPD and the U.S. military on the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's dangerous, outrageous, and extreme move for our city and the safety of our residents.
If you'll recall, at the time that he said that, the order from the
He said that the day it happened.
Yes, the order from the Attorney General was that all orders within MPD would have to be approved by...
How about you, Mayor? Do you agree with the councilman's statement?
But would have to be approved by the DEA. I know, but I didn't finish my sentence.
Well, I'm
has to be approved by the DEA.
Mayor
That's
Bowser, do you
complete
agree?
disorganization.
The mayor.
Mr. Jordan, I think this statement is not what happened, actually. So the Home Rule Charter allows the president to make requests of MPD through the mayor. It does not allow the president to take over MPD, which at no time happened.
Well, I'll just point out that it seems to me you disagree, because you said just 2 weeks ago, we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do with the city. We know that when carjackings go down, when gun use goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer. So it's like Councilman Allen doesn't know what he's talking about. Looks like you definitely disagree with him.
We, having more officers enhance the effectiveness of MPD allowed us to accelerate crime reduction.
Representative Higgins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio. We are constantly at odds with the leadership of D.C. as a body, Congress, from the Republican side of the aisle, because there's a fundamental difference between the ideological perspective of the elected officials of D.C. and the majority of Americans across the country. And this is their nation's capital. And we have, I mean, we can admit that. It's okay to have ideological variances. The city of D.C. plays a special role, and it's our nation's capital. So there needn't be this level of friction when we're discussing variances of political and social opinion that exist within our own family. But this battle about the authority of Congress within our nation's capital and over our nation's capital that doesn't have to be a fight. The Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. The indispensable necessity of complete authority at the seat of government carries its own evidence with it. This is baked into the birth of our country. And I have respect for the process that has elected you, good lady, and you, gentlemen. And I very much respect you, Sir Mr. Jackson, of everybody here. You're plugged into the reality of the street. And I would like to talk to you further about some of the programs that you embrace. That's a different conversation. That's not elected guys with scripted answers scrubbed by attorneys. You're for real, and I'd like to talk to you more. I was happy to yield much of my time to the gentleman from Ohio. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent.
Okay.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 22nd, 2025 article from CNN titled "GOP Governors Are Sending Troops to D.C. Their states have 10 cities with higher crime rates," which shows the blatant hypocrisy of the GOP when their states have higher crime rates.
Without
than
objection,
DC,
so ordered.
And yet choose to pretend.
Chair
otherwise.
recognizes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the Vice Chair for convening us, the ranking member, I should say. Madam Mayor, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
You have a very tough job, and it goes without saying that the 800-pound gorilla in this room is a realization that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and you're strapped in as a result of policies and rulings and law that prevent you in many instances from being the mayor that you want to be every day without being constrained. So I just want to say that on the record. It's easy for a lot of people to point fingers, but until you sat in that seat and had to make those decisions, it's very difficult. And one of your arms have been tied behind your back. Let's make no mistake about that. I want to thank all of you who are here, but one thing that I want to do is to go back and underscore the comments of Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. I brought this up at the last meeting that we had here on the District of Columbia, and that is the fact that at the end of the day, so much of this can be traced back to the imposition of policy on a governed people without their participation. Let me repeat that. The imposition of policy without participation by the citizens, the Americans. It's just as it was with the Boston Tea Party, comes down to taxation without representation. When you can't even fight for yourself, stand for yourself, vote for yourself, that's wrong. That's wrong. In 1973, let's get some of this on the record so that we have some perspective. D.C. got the Home Rule Act, and you were able to elect your first mayor and your first city council. And Walter Washington transitioned from his previous position to be that first elected mayor. In 1978, some of you will remember that full congressional representation was in the form of an amendment, and that amendment failed because you couldn't get, not you, the district, but the nation couldn't get the requisite number of states to ratify it. In 1982, voters here in the District of Columbia voted to approve a constitution for a new state. Some of you will recall that was called the New Columbia. And yet it was ignored by this Congress over and over and over again. Marion Barry came up here on this hill so many times to make the argument for the people of Washington that fairness has to be fair. It just can't be proportioned out when we feel like it. In 1990, Congressman Walter Fauntroy, myself, Marion, Jesse Jackson, and so many others put together freedom train rides from D.C. to New England, making a stop in each city along the way, making the case for statehood, and urging Americans up and down the coast to support it. In 1993, I was proud, along with your current delegate, to vote for the first D.C. statehood bill here in the Congress. And let me just point out one thing. Not one Republican voted for that bill. And that bill went down. It went down after a great deal of fight by a vote of 153 to 277. 2016, D.C. voters voted to approve a statehood referendum. The people voted 86% to approve that. This Congress ignored it. In 2020, the 116th Congress, H.R. 51 became the next statehood bill. It was defeated. And the following year, in the 117th Congress, we came back with the same bill. It was defeated again without any votes or representation from the other side. So at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, if this is so partisan, what is the issue? Now, some people argue the issue is racial. I know I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to say it because people feel that way. They think that if this was any other population, majority population, that this would not be taking place. We all know that it's partisan, even though some people will say it's not partisan, because the district tends to vote Democratic. So let's not play games here. Let's be honest and true. And if we are true about making sure that Americans, no matter where they are, but especially here in this district, have rights that others don't have. Stop treating the District of Columbia like a donor state. They donate their taxes, they donate their military officers, they donate their brain trusts, and they give of themselves. And at some point in time, we as a body have to give back. Taxation without representation is as wrong today as it was when the Boston Tea Party exploded over the same issue.
Thank you.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Mfume. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, all of the witnesses, for coming in today. Attorney General Schwab, do you remember the case State of Maryland and District of Columbia versus Engage Armament, LC, et cetera?
I do.
And in that case, just for anybody who's not aware of it, the district joined Maryland and sued 3 Maryland firearm retailers for allegedly making straw purchases. In your lawsuit, you engaged 2 outside counsel, one firm, I think it's called Every Town Law, and another was Perkins Coie. Do you remember that?
I do.
And how much did you pay Perkins Coie, and how much did you pay Every Town lawsuit?
Both of those outside firms are on a pro bono basis, so no money has been paid to them.
You didn't pay him anything, okay. You know, you filed that lawsuit was baseless, right? You'd agree with that now after you've read the verdict of the district court, and I'm going to go through that with you pretty clearly.
Well, Mr. Biggs, as you know, that case has been dismissed and is on appeal, and given the fact that it is still part of active litigation.
You don't want to talk about it. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to talk about the merits while it's in active litigation.
Right. I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it, because I go through here and at least there's no factual basis for bringing that lawsuit. So that's pretty damning. And not only that, under Maryland law, A lot, and basically Arizona's the same way. Most cases is every bit of deference is going to be given to a party who's defending against a motion to dismiss or motion for summary judgment, right? I mean, that's normal. That's Maryland law, right?
Yes, that's the standard.
Yeah. And in this particular case, the judge made some very interesting comments. This is what he said. Ordinarily, leave to amend in Maryland is freely granted, particularly when a case is in an early stage, unless leave to amend would be futile or inappropriate for other reasons. This case presents such an occasion to deny the request, close quote. I don't know, I used to practice, I used to do a lot of trial work. I don't remember ever seeing something like that. That's pretty damning stuff from the court. And then it goes on, the judge goes on to say, at bottom, in the court's view, the plaintiffs hope to use the discovery process in order to construct a case. And the court correctly notes, through that discovery, the plaintiff wants to find sufficient facts to state a viable claim for relief. But right then, in the complaint, failed to state any claim for relief. And so, the question that's begged here is, why wasn't a Rule 11 sanction brought against you and the other plaintiffs' attorneys? Was a Rule 11 sanction brought?
No, sir, and while we obviously disagree with that ruling, we are pursuing an appeal as the rules allow us to do, and I'm confident that we'll get it turned around at the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, of course, you were confident you were going to win the case when you didn't have jack squat, but you went after 3 FFLs because you had a political agenda. There were no sanctions. Did you have to pay attorney's fees or costs? Were any of those ordered? I didn't see them ordered in here. I assume they weren't ordered.
There were no sanctions. There were no costs. The important thing is we were working as hard as we can in this city to keep illegal guns out.
No, the important thing is,
and
no, sir, no, listen to me for a second. Listen to me for a second. The important thing, Mr. Attorney General Schwab, the important thing was that you were using your office to abuse gun FFLs because you don't like them, and that's the deal. Because as the judge said, you basically didn't have a case whatsoever. But you decided to use your power and your authority and make the process the punishment. That's what you chose to do. That's what you chose to do, and there's no question before you.
That is not true, sir.
That's exactly what this says. And that's a shame, because that's an abuse of power right there. And so you come in here, sit here, and tell us all this righteousness about power. But I'm telling you, when you're using the process itself to go after political opponents, which is exactly what you're doing. This is a philosophical issue that you have. And you used them, and you used 2 firms that you know and I know that that's their motive. The law firm, every state, that is their job. That's what they want to do. They solicit funds to go out there and sue FFLs because they don't want the Second Amendment to even exist. Read their statements. And you joined with them. Mayor Bowser, it's good to see you again. I know you do have a tough job. I'm the first to admit it.
Thank you.
But it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And I'm out of time, so I can't ask any questions. But I do have some things I want to, Mr. Chairman, I have some UCs.
Yes, proceed.
First of all, I wanted to introduce the memorandum decision and order from the case State of Maryland, D.C. versus Engage Armament et al.
Without objection, so ordered.
The letter from the committee to the Honorable Brian L. Schwab dated June 11, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Which we're still waiting for answers for. This one, Mayor Muriel Bowser says Trump's surge of federal law enforcement has lowered crime in D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Trump's D.C. crime crackdown busts another alleged Tren de Aragua gang member. Make D.C. safe again.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one, Trump's executive orders target D.C. crime as the city hits 12 days without a homicide.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one is radical D.C. officials treated officers like crap, police leader says.
Without objection, so ordered.
Murdered congressional intern's mom says Trump should take over Washington, D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, prosecuting and arresting criminals would have immediate impact on D.C.'s crime.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So we want to talk about abuse of power, huh? Well, let me start here. President Trump's only expertise on crime is committing it, not preventing it. enabling it, not ending it, and covering it up, not cleaning it up. He is a convicted felon. He has illegally frozen federal funding. He has assaulted the rule of law at every turn. He has consistently violated constitutionally protected due process rights, and he has unleashed a corporate agenda to enrich himself and his wealthy donors. Right now, as we sit here, Trump is bending over backwards to protect Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker who preyed on children, and blocking the release of the Epstein files to shield criminals from accountability. In the last 10 months alone, he has pardoned countless white-collar fraudsters who ripped off the American people, often conveniently after they cozied up to him. And let's not forget, Trump pardoned every single person charged or convicted in the January 6th insurrection. That included 172 people who pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement. It included dozens of repeat offenders, people with prior convictions for rape, manslaughter, and sexual abuse of a minor. And it included at least 10 individuals who have already been rearrested for new crimes. So spare us the talk of law and order, because under Trump, that only means lawlessness for his friends and punishment for everyone else. Now, let me be clear. I care deeply about public safety in my district, in every district across America. Every person deserves to feel safe in their neighborhood, at their job, and their school. And if I may, there is some good news. Violent crime has been consistently decreasing across America. And yes, we have more work to do, but we also know what works to keep it that way. So if you are really serious about public safety, let's increase funding for violence prevention programs. Let's pass common sense gun safety bills. And let's provide additional federal resources to our local partners to recruit and train local law enforcement. But what has this administration done instead? Rolled back gun safety reforms, gutted DOJ programs tasked with addressing violent crime, and blocked funding to local law enforcement and community violence prevention agencies like the one you served, Mr. Jackson. Earlier this year, Cleveland Peacemakers Alliance, a local violence prevention organization, had its community violence prevention grant funding frozen by this administration. Mr. Jackson, I know you cannot speak to this specific grant, but can you talk about the importance of grants funded through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and how freezes like this impact public safety?
Well, we know from Cleveland Peacemakers to Advance Peace to Safe Streets Baltimore to Life Camp in New York City that these organizations that are doing violence intervention work are saving lives every day. And every study we've seen that to focus on how impactful community violence intervention has been has shown promise. But this Trump administration hasn't stopped at terminating violence intervention programs. They also terminated $1 billion in youth mental health resources that we know can help our youth that are in crisis before a school shooting, before a suicide attempt, before any violent harm. They've also made major cuts to the ATF. And we know that the ATF now has lost 2/3 of its inspectors. So they don't even have the capacity to inspect gun stores to decide whether or not they're violating the law. He also reversed their zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, where they violate the law, they lose their license. And even if you go to the Department of Justice website, there's an invite for previous violating law gun stores to come back and get their licenses again. So he's not only defunding programs that we know are preventing violence, that are working with youth, that are working in schools and working with homes, he's also stripped and dismantled and defunded federal law enforcement to keep guns out of our communities.
Thank you so much. Instead of funding proven public safety solutions, My Republican colleagues want to pull political stunts like weaponizing the National Guard against the American people. Let's be clear. That only sidelines local law enforcement, sows chaos, and distracts from real emergencies. So yes, it's political theater, but worse, it's dangerous political theater that puts communities more at risk, not less.
All right, Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. The government of the District of Columbia, under the leadership sitting in front of us today, has become a poster child for DEI and gender madness. This has led to government. Mr. Chairman, this is not a concert. This audience can just settle down. I want to reclaim my time.
Stop the clock, and the gentlelady's right. Under the rules of the House, the chairman is responsible for maintaining order and preserving decorum in the committee room. I expect audience members to be respectful of the committee, so
I'd like to reclaim my time, too,
you
Mr.
reclaim
Chairman.
it. Absolutely. Ms.
This has
Mace.
led to government-sanctioned racial discrimination and the erasure of women. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 provides Congress plenary authority over the District of Columbia. Using this authority today, I'll be introducing the No DEI in D.C. Act. This bill will rip the DEI and gender bender nonsense out of the D.C. government root and branch, and restore common sense and equal treatment under the law. As the individuals charged with writing D.C. laws, signing D.C. laws, and enforcing D.C.'s laws, we have some questions for you on the meanings of some of the curious terms we have found in the D.C. Code. My first question for Mayor Bowser, it's yes or no. The D.C. Code makes numerous references to, quote, structural or institutional racism. Do you believe the D.C. government is structurally or institutionally racist? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is D.C. government racist, institutionally racist? Yes or no? All right, you can't answer the question. So my next question for Mayor Bowser, since you're going to sit there and placate or just be quiet, in Section 7-1234.02 of D.C. Code, you use the phrase child welfare involved birthing people. Child welfare involved birthing people. Can you explain to me what this means?
I'm not that familiar with that part of the code.
Okay, and so you don't know. In Section 7-1234.02 of D.C. Code, you use the phrase justice involved incarcerated and homeless birthing people and their non-birthing partners. Can you explain to this committee what that means?
I would have to see the whole
You don't know. You're
section.
literally the mayor of D.C., and you don't know your own code of laws.
Well, I don't know
All right,
them
one thing we
verbatim.
noticed the D.C. Code struggles to define is the term woman. So Mayor Bowser, what is a woman?
I'm a woman. Are you a woman?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
I'm a woman. You're looking at one.
Okay, good. You actually, in Section 3-703 of the D.C. Code, you use the phrase, the intersectionality of gender and race to create unique dynamics and effects. Can you explain what this means to the committee?
Where is that, ma'am?
Section 3-703 of the D.C. Code. Do you know what that means? No,
could
you
you give
don't
me
know
the
what that means.
title
So
of the-
Chapter 14D of the D.C. Code establishes
Mr.
the
Chairman,
commission.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reclaim my time. This is not her time, it's my time. You can be quiet as I ask you questions, and then you can answer them.
Ms.
And then
Mace.
you can
If
answer
you
them.
would give-
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, this is my time, not hers. I'd like to reclaim my time.
Let's make good use of the time, Ms.
Chair
Mays.
I'm making very good
Chair
use of my
recognizes
time.
Ms.
There
Mace.
And you're
is-
Ms. Mace
making
has
my
the
point.
floor.
You're the mayor of D.C., and you don't even know your own code of laws. What is a birthing person?
I would assume it's someone who gives birth.
All right. Why don't you use, are these women, are these moms? Do you think it's appropriate to call them birthing person? Can a man birth a person?
Well,
Be a
that's
birthing
what I
person?
would call it, but I don't write all the laws, and I'm not familiar with every
Can
section.
men get pregnant?
No.
Can men become women?
Can a man become a woman?
Yeah. Can a man become a
you're-
woman?
Miss
Yes
Mace,
or no? Can a man become a woman? Yes or no?
Miss Mace, I'm not
Okay,
here to
my
talk
next
about
question, Chapter 14D of the D.C. Code establishes the Commission on Reparations and a reparations fund to provide eligible African Americans monetary reparations or other forms of redress. Is it the position of D.C. government benefits should be provided to individuals on the basis of race?
I believe that the legislation requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you, is it the position of the D.C. government that government benefits should be provided on the basis of race?
If you're
is the
referring to
question.
that legislation, I believe it requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that government benefits should be given out on the basis of race? That is the question. This is the third time I'm asking.
We have any number of benefits programs, and eligibility is established.
You're not answering
per-
any of these
per program.
questions. I'll give it to you. You're slick. In Section 2-1383 of the DC Code, you use the phrase social value of the LGBTQ community business economy to the district. Can you explain what this means to the committee?
It means that LGBT businesses provide economic benefit to the district's economy.
Do you think all businesses provide economic benefit to the DC economy?
They should, or they would be out of business.
Yeah, of course. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I just want to take a moment to decompress after that. And I do want to just take a moment of personal privilege for our witnesses and for the members of the public who are here today to apologize for the behavior of my colleagues, for the disrespectful language that has been deployed, for the personal assaults on your character and professionalism. We know that you are representing the people of this city and doing an excellent job, and we support you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to turn to where the ranking member went at the beginning of this hearing and talk about the real crime wave here in DC. I think it's very demonstrable, and the data shows that the largest crime wave that we've had over the last 9 months began on January 20th. And the epicenter of that crime wave, one might call it a white collar, or in this case, an orange collar crime wave, is the White House. Because we have seen a slew of illegal firings that have resulted in millions of Americans being without vital programs, the withholding of millions of dollars of funds, violations of the Constitution, rule of law, separation of powers, due process rights, illegal arrests, illegal deportations, hundreds of lawsuits, grift that's resulted in billions of dollars in crypto schemes lining the pockets of the president and his family, government contracts to his friends, and an epic cover-up of the largest known sex trafficking scandal in American history, with the director of the FBI lying under oath in this chamber just yesterday. And I just want to say this, that it is a felony under the U.S. Code to lie under oath in front of Congress. So if you want to talk about crime in D.C., then look no further than your own damn hearings. Let's talk about that. That's the real crime wave. Now, Mr. Jackson, I really appreciate you bringing forward as part of this discussion this morning the impact that it's had on real people in the community. Because I think for people who do not live in Washington, D.C., who have never stepped foot in front of City Hall, gone to a city council meeting, have never met with the mayor in her chambers, have never talked to the people of Washington, D.C., they don't understand how this is impacting the communities who live here, of having this occupation in their midst. And this is not about public safety. You know, last week we heard our colleagues accusing us of not wanting to solve crimes, not wanting to address public safety issues. I mean, I'm trying to swear less, but that's just total bullshit. I mean, that's just a lie. That's just not true. We care a lot about addressing public safety. It's one of our top priorities. But that's not really what this is about, because if this was really about addressing public safety, you wouldn't have had the vice president and Stephen Miller walking into Union Station, making fun of, deriding, and putting down the people of D.C. while they're deploying National Guardsmen from across the South to stand on street corners to talk to their friends and be on their iPhones all day. I mean, I want to be real. Like, this is not law enforcement. I come from a veteran family. I support our law enforcement. I support our military. But this is not about law enforcement. And if you talk to any cop on the DC streets right now, you know, thank them for their service.
Because in addition to actually dealing with real crime on the streets as trained law enforcement professionals, they had to spend the last month dealing with the bullshit of the Trump administration and a bunch of people who are standing around in the way of them actually doing their jobs. So if this administration actually wants to address public safety issues, stop holding the city of Washington, D.C. hostage. Now, this is just exhausting to listen to this all day. And so I would love to hear from you, Mr. Jackson. You've shared already this morning. With my remaining time, I would love to hear from you what you think Congress can do to help support the communities that you work with in D.C.
Just first of all, it's devastating what's happening in our communities. The first day of the D.C. takeover, we had to go into our communities and teach young people how to navigate law enforcement when their rights might be violated. Instead of teaching them about going to school and studying math and playing sports, they're trying to figure out how to navigate masked agents raiding their neighborhoods multiple times a day. Elderly folks that are getting arrested for petty crimes, 55 and plus, are now coming to us and saying, what can I do when these masked agents run into my neighborhood? And that's not how we solve crime. We don't scare and incarcerate our way out of this issue. We tried that in the 90s, it failed. The way that we address a public health crisis is we invest in prevention strategies. We look upstream to keep guns from pouring into our communities. You know, 95% of guns in this city come from outside of the district. We only have one gun store, but yet the FBI director is bragging about apprehending guns in D.C. while President Trump's son is literally profiting with the buy a gun, smart gun company. And so what we really need in this moment is for federal government to do its job to keep guns from getting into our communities by cutting down on gun traffickers, by going after rogue gun dealers, by holding the gun manufacturers accountable, and being tough on crime, specifically on those who are profiting off of the pain and death in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud from is it Palmer or Cloud? Cloud from Texas.
Oh, the great state of Texas, as we like to say. But thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairman, for holding this committee. There's a lot of consternation today about President Trump deploying the National Guard to help crack down on crime. I can remember it wasn't that long ago where the Biden administration had deployed the National Guard to block access to the people's capital. I would much more be in favor of helping solve the crime situation here in D.C. There didn't seem to be a lot of consternation coming from the left during COVID when our capital was surrounded by barbed wire and the National Guard were camped out. Over the last 3 weeks, it's pretty undeniable. I mean, I remember what D.C. looked like, and it was just a couple months ago when Trump was elected. You can go by Union Station. There were homeless camps camped out. We had 2 staff members who had to deal with situations at gunpoint where they were accosted at gunpoint. We had another staff member who had to move out of their apartment after being threatened. I was coming to, took a train into Union Station and missed being present for someone getting shot. My chief of staff at the time was sitting out front and saw it happen. Missed it by 3 minutes myself. You know, and you look at the stats of what's happened, and it's important to, you know, there's a lot of comparing today apples to oranges and trying to, you know, you put up charts and the numbers don't. But if you compare the 3 weeks this time to the 3 weeks last time, it's dramatic. 38% decrease in homicides, 44% decrease in sex abuse. I mean, this is extraordinary. If those trends were to continue, that's 50 people walking around the city alive, 50 families that haven't been broken up over the course of a year. That's extraordinary. Chairman Mendelson, can you not agree that D.C. is a safer place than it was 5 weeks ago?
There's no question, but that if you look at the data, the crime statistics, that there was a reduction in crime during the surge.
Yeah, okay.
But as we have said, if you want to add 500 officers working with our MPD, of course we're going to see a reduction in violence. That's not the same as ICE raids, masked men.
Important.
It's not the same as the National Guard who's landscaping on the mall.
Do I need to go back to my National Guard point? You didn't have a problem when the National Guard was blocking access to the nation's capital, prohibiting people from coming here. And to that point, D.C. is different than other cities. DC is unique. Our founders, those, there was mention of the Boston Tea Party, the ones who were actually there, wrote the Constitution and said that DC should not be a state because it houses the federal government. And it would be important for a state not to give undue influence over the federal government.
If
We
you
saw
read
this
the
during
Federalist
COVID. Excuse
Papers,
me, I'm
they say
talking.
nothing about
Excuse me,
denying
sir.
us the franchise.
Sir. In September 20th, Capitol Hill Baptist Church was denied a permit to worship outside because of COVID-19, yet we had a number of Black Lives Matter protests in this community. The concern I have is when Washington, D.C., access to the nation's capital is prohibited or curtailed in any way. Could you explain to me, Mayor, why the church was not able to have a worship service outside, but yet the Black Lives protests were enabled to go on?
You're talking about the public health emergency?
I'm talking about during COVID, Black Lives Matter protests continued to happen in Washington, D.C. With no retribution from the city, yet churches were not allowed to worship or worship outside even.
Yes, I think that matter was litigated and it's resolved.
Well, yes, COVID's over, but the point is that you have a city basically defining who has access to the nation's capital. And there were times where there were going to be a Trump rally and somehow restaurants got closed down that weekend and those sorts of things. Why was this church not allowed to worship outside, yet Black Lives Matter protests were encouraged by the city?
My recollection is
I mean, you went as far as to paint Black Lives Matters across the street.
I want to answer your question. My recollection, and while I don't remember the specifics of that case, is that it fell under our large gathering prohibition in the early stages of COVID.
But Black Lives Matters were okay? Were they not large enough? They weren't violent enough?
You are probably referring to
violent, maybe?
outdoor First Amendment gatherings that were not.
Worship service falls under the First Amendment.
And as I mentioned,
I only have a couple of minutes left, and so I'll just point out that the $1 billion you're asking for is in the CR that's on the House floor this week. And everyone over there, I would encourage you to encourage the people up here to vote for that, because if you want your dollars, they can help us provide it for you.
Congressman, might I just add, and I hope that that is the case, that the FY25 fix is attached to the CR. We worked very hard with the administration and with you, Mr. Comer, to make sure that the anomaly was included moving forward in 26. But the House, following Senator Collins' bill in the Senate, can still fix the FY25 CR problem that was $1.1 billion. And it's not too late, and it will help us balance.
The CR extends funding that our folks here have already voted for. It also adds security features and then adds that for DC. So I expect unanimous support over there, right? Okay.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair,
Chair recognizes
unanimous
Mr. Frost
consent.
from Florida.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 20th, 2025 article from the AP titled, U.S. Attorney will no longer bring felony charges against people for carrying rifles or shotguns in D.C., which shows that U.S. Attorney
Without objections ordered.
Pirro is outright ignoring gun crimes and making the city less safe.
Mr. Chair, I have UCs. Let me recognize.
Yes, Ms. Simon.
Thank you, sir. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record on April 24th, 2025, an article from Records that was titled, Exclusive U.S. Department of Justice Cuts Grants Valued at $811 million. People of Record say, which shows how the president's DOJ cuts will affect police and correctional facility funding.
Without objections ordered. And I have a unanimous consent request. This is the CR, and it does restore that $1 billion in funding. So we'll be voting on that tomorrow. I'm going to vote for it. I've been very vocal in trying to get that included. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have mentioned it several times, so there are a lot of people in Washington, D.C. I assume this is on TV in Washington, D.C. Are you all going to vote for it tomorrow? I mean, that's a question I think the people in Washington, D.C., especially the people that are testifying here today, would probably like to know. But I'm going to vote for it. So
Mr. Chair?
without objection, we'll enter that into the record.
Mr. Chair, I have another UC, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this September 7, 2025, an article from The Hill entitled, Most Oppose Trump Deploying National Guard to D.C. Other cities. Polls say that
Without objection, so
57%
ordered.
of respondents said that they are against Donald Trump's decision to deploy the National Guard into
objection,
the
so
nation's
ordered.
capital. Thank you, sir. I'll get back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
I yield 10 seconds to Mr. Fume.
To Mr. Mfume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm sorry that my colleague from Texas has left the room. I just want to say that he pointed out in his remarks that the founders of the Constitution said that D.C. should be a federal district and never a state, as if they were right. And I would just simply call to his attention those same persons at that same constitutional convention and for 200 years afterwards said that black people in this country were property, not citizens. And then the Dred Scott decision said that we were 3/5 of an individual. So just because they said it clearly does not make it right, and it doesn't make it right with D.C.
Ms. Frost.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you bringing that up. And also, they're wrong about what's in the Constitution in the first place. The Constitution does not say that we cannot make Washington, D.C. a state. It does not say that. You claim to know the Constitution, and you haven't read it. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that we can't do that. What it says is there should be a federal district. And the legislation put forth by Representative Norton and supported by House Democrats would make the federal district encompass the places that we work, the White House, the United States Congress, the Supreme Court, and not include the 700,000 people who live in D.C., who pay taxes but don't have proper representation.
That's right.
You know, usually when we're talking about D.C. in this committee, it's, you know, usually we have just folks who can watch in the audience. But I'm happy that today's different because we have representatives from the district's local government and Mr. Greg Jackson Jr. here to give voice to what's going on in Washington, D.C. Greg, you've called the district home for decades. You bring the perspective of the D.C.'s people to this committee. You bring years of expertise and experience in crime reduction to this hearing. And of course, a survivor of gun violence yourself. Before President Trump started playing dictator with the people of D.C., he started dismantling important community safety and violence crime prevention programs, most notably the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Not a partisan office, an office that worked at reducing crime in all of our districts. As a former deputy director of that office, can you describe some of the important work that has stopped due to this administration?
Yeah, one of the most critical things was we were coordinating the response to mass shootings and concentrations of violence. And so without that coordination, cities, states, and local jurisdictions are on their own to navigate these mass tragedies. We implemented 54 executive actions, including adding $2 billion to the Victims of Crime Act Fund. And I will note that on August 2025, multiple states, I believe 24 states, sued this administration for withholding $1 billion in resources for victims of violent crime. But we were the ones that were pushing more resources to victims. We also fully implemented the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that each party came together on and voted for in 2022. And then lastly, we worked directly with local leaders to make sure that we're elevating strategies that work across the country.
You also prevented serious crimes by ensuring that we prevent access to illegal guns, correct?
Correct. We partnered with agencies to do that.
You know, between 2017 and 2021, over 11,000 criminal firearms were recovered in D.C. Most of them, as you noted before, come from outside Washington, D.C. And an interesting statistic, too, is a third of those guns traveled over 300 miles. Over 300 miles to come here. You want to know where they came from? South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Ohio. These are the states where these guns are coming from. States that don't have good gun laws. States that aren't keeping their people safe, and as a result and byproduct have wreaked havoc on the people of Washington, D.C. Trump's total disregard for American safety is obvious from his current budget requests. Having already fired a majority of the federal gun dealers inspectors, now he wants to slash another $1 billion that could be used to crack down on these guns. Congressional Republicans are also doing their part to make us less safe. They're trying to remove restrictions on silencers, trying to remove restrictions on rifles, even on firearms designed to look like everyday objects. And we even know that they're insincere in this because I just listed states that have some of the highest murder rates in the nation. I asked this question last time and asked it again. Where's their bill? If this is the way to end crime, and this is the thing everybody wants, why don't they have a bill to invite the military to occupy their states, which have the highest crime rates in this nation? They're not going to do it because they don't want the military to occupy their communities in their states because they know it's a load of crap and they're insincere about it. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, who said that? I'm looking.
Oh, Frost.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Frost.
This is a Washington Post piece by E.J. Dion Jr., The Good News About Murder, Homicides Way Down, What Happened, What We Can Learn, and How Progressives Became Crime Fighters.
With that, objection to ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama. Microphone.
Attorney General Schwab, are you aware that the FBI requires that all states and local governments, police departments report crime to the National Incident-Based Reporting System?
I think that is correct, sir.
Okay. Washington, D.C. has not done a good job at that. As a matter of fact, you've been accused of cooking the books, and it's not just a problem in Washington. Mr. Chairman, when this went into effect, Illinois only reported 30.6% of their police departments reported. New Jersey only 28.7%, New York 13.8%, Maryland 9.5%, California 1.9%. I would argue that when you're presenting crime statistics that these are highly suspect because state and local police departments are not reporting the data. We've known this for a long time, that the homicide rates are underreported. The FBI has made that clear. I want to move to something else. We do have a crime surge. Violent crime, property crime, particularly vehicle theft. Washington, D.C. has a truancy problem. Almost 33% of the students are chronically truant, second only to Baltimore. What are you doing to resolve that, Mayor Bowser? And I want to add that 18,000 truancy cases went uninvestigated over the last 3 full school years.
Well, first and foremost,
I'm just asking, are you doing anything?
yes.
What?
We have in place a regime where schools report, and we've most recently updated it to focus more on our Human Services Department, a department.
Ma'am?
Yes.
When I'm asking you about investigating truancy cases, that means going out and finding the kid and getting them back in the classroom.
Oh, we do that. The police do that every day.
18,000 went uninvestigated.
No,
half of your carjackings are by juveniles.
So if
you've got 5 times more middle school students truant than you did a decade ago. That's a crisis. Do you believe that kids that are chronically truant are going to wind up becoming dropouts or undereducated, that it might lead to an increase in crime in that population?
we think the best place for kids is in school.
No. How does it impact their life going forward? Because I'm a big believer in getting kids out of failing schools. My wife and I support 2 private schools that are targeting inner city kids. These kids don't show up truant. They come to class, they graduate, they get jobs, they go to college. What are you doing to find these kids? And I'm not talking about giving them a free lunch. I'm talking about getting them back in the classroom. I mean, you said something about the National Guard mowing lawn, maybe the National Guard ought to be helping you find these kids and get them in school.
Congressman, if I may, the council has had hearings at least once a year. We have a hearing scheduled
it's not doing
next
any
month
good.
with regard to attendance and what we're doing to
Yeah.
reduce truancy.
Yeah.
I agree
Well,
with you.
What about all
that
these kids that
are-
you've already
I
lost
agree
because you
with
sat on your butt and didn't do anything about it?
Well,
18,000 went uninvestigated.
I agree with you that attendance is important and truancy is a problem. Truancy is actually down. It's down 22% since school year 21-22. And serious
still 30,
absenteeism,
almost
which is 30% of
33%.
days, is down 43% since
It's
school
down
year
5% in
21-22.
Baltimore from 54% to 49%. That's half your kids.
So it's down below that at this point. We get a report every fall. I don't know if you've seen the reports from the Attorney General, from Child and Family.
Let me ask
excuse
the
me,
mayor
from-
this. Do you plan to take full advantage of the $1,700 tax credit scholarship program that can go to scholarship granting organizations to help kids get into schools where they're safe and where they can learn?
We do take advantage of the Opportunity Scholarship Program.
That was in the One Big Beautiful Bill, by the way. We are committed to trying to help kids get a good education.
So are we.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every single time the Republicans call one of these overseer hearings on the district, we get the same paternalistic, infantilizing, just racially coded drivel. We are hearing the same old fear-mongering, the same misdirection and misinformation today, off-topic claims, including getting rid of DEI in D.C. And it's crazy to say because you can introduce DEI laws, but at the end of the day, you are not going to erase black people from the District of Columbia or any other place. And I just wanted to start with that. And let's be real, that's what's at the heart of all of these same conversations that we keep having about crime and underfunded and under-resourced black communities while they ignore crime in the White House and in their own houses. So I just wanted to establish that as we go through this. But Washington, D.C., we know is in a unique situation, you are especially vulnerable to Trump's power-hungry overreach. Their elected officials don't have the same resources and also don't get the same respect, incidentally, from members of this panel that they would give to their own elected officials. But you don't have the same protections, congressional voting power or representation as other states. That's why Trump is using D.C. as a test kitchen for all of the horrible policies that they're cooking up. As members of Congress representing those other states and cities, we need to be concerned about where he's going to target next, and we cannot roll over, shrug our shoulders, and say that at least the National Guardsmen are gardening, are picking up trash. We have to push back on this right now, in this moment, before he comes for all of our districts. To be clear, none of Trump's actions have made D.C. any safer. And just as a reminder, crime had already been dropping in the district without his involvement. He's been terrorizing D.C. residents with these mass and unaccountable federal agents and armed National Guardsmen. He's completely broken any small amount of trust these communities have with local law enforcement. Many of the National Guard troops are from out of state. They don't know D.C. any more than you all do, and they don't know the community. Accountable to them, who uniquely understand D.C.'s needs and their concerns, but instead, Republicans want to micromanage people who didn't vote for them and do not support their policies. Chairman Mendelson, we marked up 14 bills on D.C. last week, 13 of which you opposed. Was the D.C. Council consulted on any of those 13 bills?
We were not.
Have you taken any of the members on this committee on a full tour of D.C. neighborhoods?
I have tried to meet with different members without success.
Yeah, because we all know they talk a lot about DC and they pretend to know DC, but the reality is that very few of them have ever left any of the communities that are in walking distance of the Capitol itself, and I bet they've probably never even been. I remember you all get access to every member of Congress, but I've never seen a member of Congress in any of the carryouts in DC. I ain't seen them at any of the Ethiopian restaurants or at a Caribbean joint. But that's neither here nor there. Do you think it's necessary to work with local officials to improve public safety?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration reached out to the council to ask you all what you need to help keep D.C. safe?
They have not.
Crime is especially easy to exploit and use as a political tool. Everyone, regardless of how they vote, cares about safety. We care about community safety. That's why I launched the Community Safety Agenda and Caucus, because we have community-based, evidence-backed solutions that we know work. But instead of offering real solutions to prevent crime, to respond to people in crisis and stop violence, which D.C. and many other cities have invested in, Trump's scare tactics and political theater only makes these communities safe. These proactive investments in communities that actually bring down crime. The data could not be any clearer. It's the programs that work to stop crime before it can happen, rather than just responding afterwards. Yet D.C. is struggling to fund these types of programs because y'all have not restored and passed the $1 billion that Congress owes them. Attorney General Schwab, you've made stable housing for D.C. a priority, correct?
I have.
You've implemented programs that improve nuisance properties, after-school programs for kids, victims of domestic violence, and the goal to make D.C. safer, correct?
I have.
Mayor Muriel Bowser, we know that these litany of proactive investments actually drive down crime. Has Trump promised you any funding for any of these things?
No, not yet.
Great. The cost of having a National Guard is about $1.8 billion a day. We're up to about $40 billion. They say about $200 billion. A bunch of that these out-of-state guards in the Rome industry is not a sustainable solution. That is not more sustainable than actually investing in these things, investing in our communities. We know that if you really want lifelong safe communities, then we need to invest the same way that these people invest in their people, and their communities, and their loved ones. Invest in these folks the same way, and stop talking about crime and fear-mongering these people. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, yes.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 30th, 2025 article from NPR. It's titled, "Criminal Records of January 6 Rioters Pardoned by Trump Include Rape, Domestic Violence," which highlights how President Trump released January 6 rioters with records of violent crime back onto our streets, including
Without objection.
sexual assault of a child, production and possession of child pornography,
Without objection, so ordered.
forcible rape, and conspiracy of murder of federal employees and threatening federal officials.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, thanks for being here. Thanks for being in the arena. We know it's difficult. I think the case that we're trying to make today is that there's a crime problem, and when you prioritize solutions, you can actually make a difference. And I'm just going to quantify that statement because I think that Washington, D.C. has a crime problem. Shouldn't just say that, but if it's true, it'd be evidence. And the House Budget Committee reported in early 2024 that crime surged by nearly 40% last year, which is 2023, with over 270 murders, 950 carjackings, and 106 children shot, reminiscent of the 1990s crack epidemic. And of course, you've heard the stories of staff members here. We all kind of, believe it or not, know somebody that has been a victim of crime right in the nation's capital, right? As of October 2023, the violent crime rate in D.C. hit 664.2 per 100,000 people. For comparison, New York City had a violent crime rate of 184.4 per 100,000 people. So that's dramatic, right? 184.4 versus 664.2 for D.C. Dramatic. In 2024 in Washington, D.C., 72% of all property crimes were larceny, theft, and motor vehicle theft, burglaries, et cetera. Washington, D.C. had 3,693 offenses per 100,000 people, which would rank it first among all states in terms of highest property crime rates per USA Facts, and that's if it were a state. So that's what I'm saying. I think D.C. does have a crime problem. And look, there's been a lot of complaining here, not necessarily by you, about what the president's actions are. The Guard being in D.C. In one case, they're claiming that they're policing D.C. In the next case, they're blowing the leaves away. It's one or the other, but it's not both. But let me ask you this: you got a problem. You're the mayor. You probably know. You're living here too. Did you ever reach out to the president, to any president, and say, "Look, we've got a problem here. Will you deploy the Guard? Will you help us with police? We're not handling it. We can't fill our ranks. We can't afford to." Have you ever done that?
I have called on the National Guard in D.C. I called on them during COVID. I've called on them in other weather emergencies, yes.
What about as a general, look, the crime stats I just related to you are ongoing, right? This is not just a surge. This is just not a momentary COVID thing.
Yes,
This is a daily thing for the people of Washington, D.C. to endure, and the people of the country that want to come to their nation's capital who are afraid to come to endure. So have you ever done it on a consistent basis, saying to the President of the United States, this is the nation's capital, you reside here, can you send me the Guard to help assist with law enforcement or assist with policing? Have you ever done that other than episodically?
No, I described to you the times that we have done it.
And it's episodic, and so my point is that the problem has to be focused on, and it has to be fixed.
But Mr. Perry, can I answer you a different way?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we don't regard the Guard as a law enforcement agency.
It's not a law enforcement agency. It can assist in law enforcement.
We wouldn't call on them to
But
police
you
our neighborhoods.
would agree that right now crime has dropped dramatically since they've been present.
Mr. Perry, what has worked is not the National Guard in helping enhance MPD services. What has worked is more DEA, more FBI.
So you're saying the Guard has had no impact in D.C.?
No, what I'm saying is the Guard is not, as has been described to us, has not been.
Can you quantify that?
I can't quantify a causal relationship.
You can't quantify it, so you can't make the claim. But I can quantify something. Listen, I want to talk to you about something else, which is.
But I do want to make the point.
I want to ask you this question. I'm running out of time, and I want to be respectful of everybody
But I don't
here.
think the Guard has made any arrests.
I want to ask you. So you've employed a bunch of traffic cameras. Can you, a whole pile of them, hundreds and hundreds of them, are traffic cameras for safety or for revenue generation?
They're for safety.
But it says here that you plan to fill a $580 million revenue hole in your budget shortfalls using traffic cameras, right? You said that.
No, what we said is that our budget includes revenue generated from traffic cams.
Expected 580. You said this, ma'am.
We want to
It's per the fines and fees justice center. Let me just, because I want to quantify this as well. In 06, you had 43 fatalities, traffic fatalities. But in 23 and 24, you had 52 each of those 2 years. The traffic cameras are not making your people safer, and particularly in wards 7 and 8, where it's predominantly a black population, 20% below the poverty line. These fines are imposed on them, hurt the worst for people. So traffic cameras and automatic traffic enforcement, it should be about safety, but it's unfortunately about revenue generation, and it's imposed on the people that can least afford it in the District of Columbia, the people that you represent.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
Perry,
I yield the balance.
I wish that you had also pointed to this year's traffic fatality and collision information. So in addition,
this year's not done yet.
Well, it's trending in the right direction. Yeah. Yes, but the trend is so that we would be at well below those numbers. And our traffic cameras are a part of that equation.
The traffic cameras, ma'am, with all due respect, you have the worst traffic in the country by city regarding according to Consumer Reports, and that includes L.A. And not allowing people to turn right on red is a contributor to that, and then fining them, especially in the places where people can least afford it, is grifting on the people that support your city, and it shouldn't be done. It should be about safety only. The fourth most populated city in the country, Hoboken, has 0 cameras and 0 fatalities, ma'am. I yield.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Before my remarks, I just have a couple of questions. My first question is to the elected AG of the District of Columbia. Can you talk very briefly and educate all of us on the victim services that your office provides to victims?
In virtually every case where we have a victim that's been harmed by a violent crime, their specialists in our office are working with them not just to make sure they're available to be witnesses in prosecution, but to make sure they access the services they need, both economic and financial support, as well as emotional and counseling support to make sure they're taken care of.
And AG, would you say that your Victim Services Division is equitably funded?
We can always use more money to make sure that we're providing that critical service, but the team I have is doing an extraordinary job with what we have.
And what you all provide is not only protection for witnesses, is that correct?
We certainly do more than just protecting the witnesses, yes.
Is it also making sure that victims of domestic violence have opportunities to leave their abusers and save their own lives?
One of the things that we do every day is making sure victims of domestic violence are getting protective orders and making sure that they are protected from people who may be putting them in a dangerous place.
Isn't it true that you work with mothers of murdered children?
We do.
Isn't it true that you provide burial and counseling assistance for folks in our communities who have been victimized by violence?
We do.
And I want to thank you for that work. AG, would you also say that in the District of Columbia, the young people that you are prosecuting do not have readable access to mental health supports in the District of Columbia?
We know that we have a job to do, which is holding young people accountable when they commit crimes, and we are doing that every day. But too often we see the young people that are coming into the criminal justice system struggling with terrible trauma, mental health, behavioral health challenges. And we can't ignore that need too. We've got to do both. And while we will do the prosecution work, and we will continue to do that, we can't ignore the fact that there are causes that lead to repeat offenders, violent offenders, and sometimes it's the mental health and trauma that young people are carrying around. If we don't ignore it, and if we do ignore it and don't address it, we are going to be continually fighting this issue.
Wouldn't you also agree, AG, that reentry services create opportunities for young people who have been convicted and have served time in the juvenile detention facility, the opportunity to stop the pattern of committing crime?
100%.
Would you agree that the defunding of reentry services increases the likelihood of young people not being able to do the rehabilitative work to be able to maintain their civility and their opportunities to do the right by all of us?
Well, if we don't take care of kids after they have been committed, after they've faced consequences with getting back into community and making sure that they have healthy, hopeful pathways, kids with hope are safer to
And that's
everyone
not
around
soft.
them.
I would say that that's not soft on crime. Would you agree that if you have to charge every 14-year-old and put them in an adult cage, that when they get out, because they will get out, that they will be worse than when they came in?
We know that to be true.
We know that to be true. Over 40% of young people who are charged as adults, they do get out and they are more likely to offend than if they were processed and rehabilitated in the juvenile court. Is that not fact?
We need to make sure that young people, when they commit crimes, are held accountable with swift and certain consequences, and we are doing that. Long prison sentences or putting kids into the adult criminal justice system does not make us safer in the long run, and that's what I'm committed to. I want our DC to be safer now and into the future, and we can do both.
One of the reasons why I abandoned my, my prepared remarks, I spent almost 30 years working with some of the most troubled young people in my community. And in the programs that I developed and implemented, we reduced crime and recidivism by almost 70% of young women who are in the juvenile justice system. And that work was not done by prosecuting them as adults and putting them into cages to rot. What we did was invest deeply in their rehabilitation, but also in their accountability and ensuring that the victims were made whole. So I want to thank you all for your assertion that DC not only can govern itself, but if we were to do right by victims and right by children and right by families, we would fund education, we would have free childcare, we would ensure that every person who was seeking health care could get it. We are so far from that vision. So instead of problematizing the elected leaders of this city, I would hope that in the future, that folks who have no experience in law enforcement on this body listen to the experts. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
The witnesses have requested a recess, but we're going to recognize one more member, then we're going to have a 15-minute recess. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to the guests for showing up today. Since I only have 5 minutes, my first question is going to be a yes or no. Does DC have a crime problem, Mayor Bowser?
Any crime is too much crime, Mr. Crane, but we're trending in the right direction.
Sorry, just yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question.
Okay. Chairman Mendelson, does DC have a crime problem, yes or no?
There is more crime than we want, but it is significantly
All right, I'm moving
less.
on since you can't follow the instructions. Attorney General, does DC have a crime problem, yes or no?
One crime is one too many. We got to keep working at it.
Mr. Jackson?
One crime is one too many, I agree.
Thank you. Do you guys know where DC ranks amongst U.S. cities in crime? Mayor Bowser?
In what category?
Crime rates.
You would have to be more specific, and I don't
It's
I don't
okay.
have a list
It's
of
okay.
other cities.
You guys
or
actually
states.
rank number 7.
Okay.
So you're in the top 10 of most violent cities in the United States, and this is, as other members have pointed out, our cities, our nation's capital. A lot of people come here. And Mayor, I know you, like many of my colleagues have already mentioned, you got a very tough job, and we all appreciate that.
It all depends on how you crunch the numbers.
Hold on a second, I didn't ask you a
US News and
question.
World Report didn't place
Has
us in
crime
the
gone
top
down?
25.
Hey, hold on a second. I'm asking the questions here. Has crime gone down since the president deployed the National Guard and other federal agencies? Mayor Bowser?
I already mentioned, Congressman, the numbers during the federal surge.
So it has gone down?
It accelerated, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mendelson, you said in criticism to the National Guard being present in D.C., you said that they looked bored. I'm going to ask you a question, sir. Would you rather have National Guardsmen standing posts around D.C. looking bored but driving down crime, or continue to be ranked in the top 10 in the country in violent crime?
Well,
with
as
no
I was
guardsmen?
trying to say, depending upon how you look at the data, we don't even place in the top 25. Now, in my testimony, I outlined
That's definitely not the
ways-
reporting that I've seen. You
Well,
guys are
US
ranked,
News
you
and
guys are
World
ranked number
Report.
7. You
US
guys
News
are
and
ranked
World
number
Report,
7.
you can see that study.
All right, moving on. Councilman Mendelson, did you vote with the rest of the city council to defund the police by $15 million in 2020?
I don't believe that's the correct amount, but I did
Yeah,
vote
you
for the
did.
budget then.
You did. Okay, Councilman, did you call the police in July 2025 because of a protest outside of your home?
I called 911.
Okay.
It was at midnight. In fact, it was 12:30 in the morning.
Right.
And it was a
Okay.
number of individuals who were actually breaking the law, the Residential Tranquility Act, with how
Right.
loud they were.
Okay, so you voted to defund policing by $15 million in 2020 with the rest of the council. This is what the police union, police officers had to say about your interaction
I know what
with
you're
the
going to
police.
say, and I've already said
Yeah,
to Mr. Pemberton.
well, I'm going to say it, so you're not going to interrupt me. Over the weekend, Chairman Mendelson called the police because there were peaceful protesters at his house, because he decimated the police department with horrible legislation, and our staffing has now 800-plus vacancies. There was a delay in responding to his home. Because of the delay, Chairman Mendelson called and screamed at OUC and MPD staff. There is now a permanent security detail at his home staffed by an MPD officer who should be handling more important matters. We currently have 3,100 total sworn members, the lowest in 50 years, and we now have to dedicate one of them to be a security blanket for a man who hates cops, while other people calling 911 for real emergencies will have to wait. This nonsense must end immediately. So that's what the police department had to say about you in
police
that
union,
incident.
not police
The
department,
Yeah, the
sir.
police union, the union that
I'm aware of that
represents police
statement,
officers.
and it's false on
Do they
numerous
represent police
points.
officers, Mr. Mendelson, the police union?
It's the union
Thank
president.
you. Okay, Attorney General Schwab, do you agree that all legal measures should be on the table to combat crime and lawlessness in the city?
I do.
Okay. Then why historically has the D.C. Attorney General declined to prosecute crimes? According to media reports, D.C. declined to prosecute crimes in 67% of arrests in 2023 under AG Graves. The D.C. quarterly clearance reports from your office show a similar trend in 2025 through Q1 and 2. You are only prosecuting 53% of gun-related homicides, 50% of sex abuse cases involving a knife, and 37% of non-fatal shootings. There is also an ongoing investigation into if the D.C. crime data was manipulated under Joe Biden so that historic level of crime didn't look as bad on paper. And I look forward to the outcome of this investigation. Now,
Mr. Crane, if I can
going
answer
back to your
can I answer your
initial
question?
answer, is that doing everything you can to protect this city?
The statistics that you just read are the statistics not from my office, but from the federal U.S. Attorney's Office. The prosecution rates from the Office of Attorney General have been in excess of 84% for violent crime over the last 2 years. So the statistics you rely on to malign my office don't come from my office. They come from the federal U.S. Attorney's Office.
So you're not so you're prosecuting all of these crimes, is what you're saying?
The jurisdiction of the Office of Attorney General in the District of Columbia is to prosecute juvenile delinquency crimes, and last year we prosecuted more than 84% of the violent juvenile crimes that MPD brought to us. We prosecute every violent crime where we have sufficient evidence to meet our burden of proof. Kids need to face consequences and be held accountable, and we are doing that. The rates speak for themselves.
Are you in support of moving the age of minors here in D.C.? That's one of the bills that we have this week.
The residents of the District of Columbia, the 700,000 of us who live here, know more and care more about how we're going to make our city safe than anybody else.
You didn't answer my question.
The residents of the District of Columbia and their elected officials do not believe we're going to make ourselves safer.
Why do you think the rest of the
by
country, why do you think the rest of the country considers somebody at 18 years old no longer a minor? Yet what is it here in D.C.?
The age of anyone younger than 18 is a juvenile in the District of Columbia, just like the rest of the country.
Don't you guys consider people that are 20, 25 and below minors?
I think you
The gentleman's
misunderstand
time's
the law,
expired,
sir.
but feel free to answer that, General.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding the law, and I think you're referring to the Youth Rehabilitation Act. But in our city, youth younger than 18 are treated as juveniles. The Youth Rehabilitation Act involves a totally different set of adult defendants in criminal cases and involves a different issue that the city has confronted. And I think that issue has been conflated in some of the laws that this body has put forth. And I really wish we could have had a conversation beforehand so we could have explained better what the YRA does relative to all of the other laws that we have in our city that we're working every day to help drive juvenile crime and violent crime down. Thank you.
So you support the Youth Rehabilitation Act? I think that was the question, one of the questions he was asking. You support that?
The question was whether or not
Do you support the Youth Rehabilitation Act? That's part of what we're repealing.
2.5 minutes over.
Okay, all right. Time's expired. We pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we plan to reconvene in 15 minutes at the request of the witnesses. Committee stands in recess.
Did you request?
I didn't request.
The committee will come to order. Before we resume the questioning part of the hearing, I want to recognize Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C. for some unanimous consent requests. Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a statement from Donald Sherman from Crew regarding the D.C. takeover of D.C. local law enforcement, a letter from Brady on restricting the autonomy of the District of Columbia, and a statement from the Project on Government Oversight regarding the militarization of law enforcement in the District of Columbia, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered. All right, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to touch up on something that Mr. Frost said. He kept asking, where's your bill? Where's your bill? And, you know, there are two schools of thought up here as we try to address the crime lack of a bill. And their bill, by the way, had a lot of amnesty in there, which made it a toxic bill, and that was a poison pill, as we say often about bills. So there's also a school of thought that to alleviate poverty or to control poverty, you have to have a bill, you have to have government programs, you have to hire a bunch of government bureaucrats, you have to have government funding, and it has to increase by 10% every year, for every year, year after year, year after year, year after year. Many of us, myself included, believe that the best way to end poverty is to try to help grant access to a good paying job, And we don't think you get good paying jobs through government bureaucracies, through government agencies, through never-ending creation of new government programs. And with respect to alleviating crime in Washington, D.C., we had, as we all know, an aggressive markup last week. And, you know, the bills addressed, many of them, juvenile crime. So, General Schwab, do you agree or disagree that there's a juvenile crime problem in Washington, D.C.?
I think we need to make sure that when kids commit crimes, particularly violent
but
crime.
is there, I mean, it seems like looking out the window at night from Barry, there were a lot of kids running around. You know, a lot of the carjackings were committed by juveniles, just an excessively high juvenile crime rate, if you define juvenile as, you know, the way your definition under 24 is.
Well, here in the district, Mr. Chairman, juveniles defined as younger than 18. My office is addressing every violent juvenile crime that we have.
So there's no crime, there's no juvenile crime crisis in Washington. Is that what you want to say?
One crime from a young person is one too many.
Chairman Mendelson, is there a juvenile crime problem in Washington, D.C.?
Well, the challenge, Mr. Chairman, is that what does problem mean? So if I
Okay,
were to say yes,
that's good.
no, there's too much.
No,
there
I
is
mean,
too
if
much.
you can't say there's a juvenile crime problem in Washington, D.C., that's why we have to come in
Well, I'm trying to
and
give
help
you an
out a
honest,
little bit.
I'm trying to give you
And many of us believe that the juvenile crime problems were created by excessive criminal justice reform. Now, I supported criminal justice reform back when it first became a thing in Kentucky. So did another Republican, Rand Paul. At that time, it dealt with incarcerating young people because of possession of marijuana. And I believed then, and I still believe that that was an excessive penalty to pay for what is now legal in most states, marijuana, and it did appear to me by the numbers to have a trace of racism in it. That it seemed like many times white kids that got possession of marijuana somehow got out of it over black kids. I believe that. I said that publicly in Kentucky. But over time, the activists continued to expand that to no bail, cashless bail, to raise the age of what is a juvenile, and treat juveniles to where they got a slap on the wrist even if they committed a serious crime. And that's why we stepped in. So you all have said, and I'm talking about Chairman Mendelson and General Schwab, that you oppose every bill that we passed out of this committee. I believe Ms. Norton read letters of opposition from you all on the bills. What is the answer to juvenile crime? And I mean, do you think it's working? If we do nothing, which is what the Democrats in here want to do, and which is what I think you all want to do, is it going to get better on its own?
Mr. Chairman, if you want a conversation, a yes or no is difficult for a conversation. What do I think we can do to reduce juvenile crime? Because I do think there's more of it than there should be by far. I think for one thing, we have to address public education and attendance. We have to look at kids who are missing school and see that as an opportunity to identify why they're missing school. There may be something dysfunctional in the home or with that juvenile that needs to be addressed.
And I'll let you answer a lot of questions, Mr.
Mendelson.
Mendelson, but we believe that the message has been sent that if you're a juvenile and you commit a crime in Washington, D.C., you won't be held accountable.
And that is a mistake if that's the message, because that's not the message that any of the three of us
Well,
take.
we're not saying that's the unintended consequence of the laws that the council passed. And to the mayor's credit, she vetoed several of those laws. And I don't think, another thing they always say, and I think Mr. Jackson said, a takeover, from the National Guard in Kentucky. When we had the Breonna Taylor riots and stuff in Louisville, Louisville's Democrat mayor, and we have a Democrat governor in Kentucky. Without hesitation, the Democrat governor, along with the support of the mayor, allowed the National Guard to come in and restore order. No one in Kentucky complained about that. Have to train and educate the youth on how to respond to the National Guard. That was just what was done to restore order. So we support what the president's doing. We want to work with the council and the mayor's office and the AG to try to come up with solutions to the problem. But doing nothing isn't working. And that's kind of what my colleagues over here want to do, creating more government programs, hiring more government bureaucrats. That's not work. That's been the business model in the past, and it's not worked. It's not worked in Washington, D.C., and it's not working in a lot of other cities. So hopefully we can continue to have dialogue and come up with solutions to solve the crime crisis, especially the juvenile crime crisis in Washington. Now, the chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, this administration has initiated the largest assault on the First Amendment and free speech in modern history. They're making comedy illegal. Brendan Carr pressured ABC to cancel Jimmy Kimmel, and Disney cancels Jimmy Kimmel. This canceling from an administration that lectured us about cancel culture. That's why today I'm introducing a motion to subpoena Brendan Carr, to bring him in front of this committee, to stop the intimidation of private businesses and to stand up for the First Amendment. Now, it's not just Brendan Carr. Attorney General Pram Bondi is prosecuting hate speech, even though hate speech is constitutionally protected. And even though we've had so many lectures from my friends on the other side of the aisle not to prosecute hate speech. And then what about our vice president, the champion of free speech, as he told us during the campaign? The vice president is telling Americans to snitch on fellow Americans who have offensive posts and to call their employers so they can be fired. And the vice president is threatening to prosecute political organizations that he disagrees with. Look, we are Article 1 of the Constitution, not foot lackeys for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. It is time that we stand up for our constitutional role to defend the freedoms of Americans. People are tired of us just giving our power to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. We have an obligation to our Constitution, not to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as they ride roughshod over the First Amendment. So in the name of all those who are being censored in Washington, D.C. and around the country, in the name of all those who are being intimidated in Washington, D.C. and around the country, in the name of Americans, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats who believe in the First Amendment and free speech, I motion today to subpoena Brendan Carr and to have him explain to the American people why he's bullying private individuals and private businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to this rule, and I'll get the exact language so we make it official. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2.6, I motion to subpoena Brendan Carr to come before this committee and testify in front of the full Oversight Committee, and I hope that my motion to subpoena him will be voted on as soon as possible.
A motion is made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until 1:45. Give everybody time to get back in here.
Thank you.
And if I might say,
Yes, sir.
I know Brendan Carr well, and
Mr. Chair, I hope you'll have him come in.
I think we could do that. I think
I
we could,
appreciate that, sir.
We could. I don't think the motion's necessary, but I think he would. I'm pretty confident he would be willing to come in to testify. So
Well, thank
I'll just
you.
say that. I don't think the motion's necessary. You want to withdraw the motion?
I still want the motion, sir. Well,
right.
you know, we'll do it, and he can come in. But I'd appreciate, I've appreciated your working with our ranking member on Epstein, and I've appreciated your collaboration with him. Of course, I appreciate our ranking member's leadership on this issue, and he deserves a lot of credit for our subpoena today. But, if you want to work with our ranking member on a collaborative process on that, like you have been on Epstein, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd also like to second the motion.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And first of all, thank you, Representative Khanna. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great offer. I think we're very interested in what's happening, and if we could come to an agreement, I know we have another 30 minutes or so before we actually take this vote, but if we can come to an agreement prior to that, I'd like to talk to Mr. Khanna and to you, because I think our goal, and clearly yours, is to get him in front of this committee. I think it would be very productive.
And I think he would want to come. Well, nobody wants to come in front of the committee, but I think he would be willing to come in front of the committee. So
I think we have.
We'll make sure our staffs are in communication, and we'll see. But your motion is recognized, and we'll see if we can come up with something before 1:45. If we can't, we'll vote on it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I first want to thank the members of the panel who've taken their time to be with us today. General, you and I met on the street the other day, and you were most elegant in your discussion with me, and I welcomed you to the Hill, and I'm glad that you were here. Mayor, thank you, and I'm glad you're here. I've got a note for you that I want to bring to you also. I think it's important for us to understand where we are coming from as Republicans, perhaps. I don't want to say that Democrats would be a lot different. I think it's just the answer of how you get there. We want this to be a safe town. We want this to be a town that works. We want this to be a town where people can come and visit this town and feel like they can come to our nation's capital and see things in a way where they're safe, their children are safe, they aren't worried about a drive-by shooting, they aren't worried about a lot of things that are very present in this town. They're very present in New York City. And we want to be accused of trying to help to make things better. So I became engaged, as I told the general, in trying to look at how we satisfy with a better answer, with another answer that I think is better on the Judicial Commission. You may be completely happy with the Judicial Commission. I looked at it and I am not. There are a huge number of vacancies where people have been nominated for years. Republicans, Democrats, President Biden, President Trump, leaders of the majority of both parties, and it's still hanging out there. And I simply believe that this city is entitled to our help. And that is what we are trying to do with these bills. I most sincerely, as I told the general, I most sincerely believe that it's not good to have, I don't know the exact number, but 10 or 12 people that have been nominated that are not serving today, and those judges that are on there, on the Superior Court or on the Court of Appeals, are vacant. And they've been vacant, some of them since 2013. This is darn near 2025. And I think that if you go to a model that may work, that's all we're trying to say. I think having the president, whether the president's a Republican, whether the president's a Democrat, will have an intrinsic interest. And I remember this when my parents moved us here in 1969. That we knew Washington struggled in lots of ways, but the presidents all tried to, every one of them, to do something that they saw that would better Washington. I believe that if we come and try and help with the most sincerity that our young chairman has, that I think our members have, it is not about trying to sparse words together about whether it's a local judge or not. It is a Superior Court judge that we're not going to replace any of them. We're trying to move forward to fill those seats of a Superior Court judge or of a appeals court, Superior Appeals Court judge. And on the floor, this thing got pitched as you're trying to make things that are simple about local judges. There's not much local about this in some respects. It is a national treasure. So it is my hope that you would perhaps look through some of the words that are said here and just accept the sincerity by which we come to you, and that I do, and I think our chairman, and I think the others do. We are trying to help. So, General, I looked you in the eye. You were most genuine with me. I want to be most genuine with you and say, maybe your feedback about what we do you might disagree with, but please give us at least credit. We're trying to leave it for any Republican or Democrat to make the decision, because they'll take the responsibility to get the judges.
Representative Sessions, I want to appreciate very much your spirit of working with us on this issue, because the vacancies on our court are having a very significant impact on our public safety system and our economy. But the problem with getting judges on our court is not sitting with the JNC. The way to solve getting judges on our court, and I appreciate your willingness to think about solutions, would be to allow our mayor to nominate judges and have our council confirm judges the way it's done in your state and states around the country, and we would get that vacancy on our Superior Court fixed right away. So there are multiple ways of getting it solved. I don't think the JNC is the problem. I think the problem has been in the White House and in the Senate, And we could solve this problem together if you would be open and your colleagues open to changing the law to allow the mayor to nominate, the council to confirm, just like states around the country do. And I appreciate your spirit of cooperation.
Yes, sir. And my only counter to you is, like a lot of things here, they have been in control of the council or the mayor, and we slightly disagree. We slightly disagree about the crime bill. We slightly disagree about a lot of things. I'm trying to fix it. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. We believe that if a president has some skin in the game in this town, Republican or Democrat, they will follow through and get those judges confirmed. I want to thank each of you, Mayor. I'm going to walk down and give you something, just a note. General.
Could I answer for just a second? I think the problem is, if Mr. Chairman, may I just?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
This is part of good dialogue, sir.
I agree. In my view, the problem is that the district is not important enough to the federal government. It's important today in this hearing, but that vacancy for 13 years, no president has seen us important enough to submit a nomination. Last December,
It's been nominated.
Last December, the
pending.
Senate didn't think it was important enough to confirm the judges that were pending that had been reported out of committee, because there are always other issues, there are national issues that are more important to you all.
But the president nominated them.
All right. Okay.
The president could have worked it.
Y'all can have good conversation.
And the ranking
after.
member,
Right.
thank you for allowing me this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Randall from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today as your city goes through these difficult circumstances. I've heard a lot of discussions over the past few weeks about public safety and crime in Washington, D.C., here on the Hill, and from my friends and neighbors who live in the District of Columbia. And these concerns about crime have been used as justification for President Trump's militarization and occupation. Like my Republican colleagues, I believe that federal government has a role to play in improving public safety. I would also say, like my Democratic colleagues, we believe that everyone deserves to feel safe. Where we seem to differ is that I prefer to focus on proven, not performative solutions. Proven solutions are those that invest in community, but my Republican colleagues arbitrarily cut $1 billion from the DC budget in March of this year, which has impacted the city's ability to fund the police, firefighters, and other public safety programs. And then, while holding these funds hostage, the president deployed National Guard in the name of public safety, instead of giving DC the funds necessary to provide safety. And at the same time, Donald Trump and congressional Republicans have made the largest cut in history to Medicaid, regardless of the fact that Medicaid expansion under the ACA led to a significant drop in violent crime nationwide. What we're seeing from this administration is unlawful, undemocratic, and follows the playbook of an authoritarian government. Across the country, a total of more than $4 billion in federal funding that supports American families, businesses, and local governments has been frozen or terminated. Withholding these federal government funds that have been constitutionally appropriated by Congress can and will be used to coerce other American states and cities into cooperating with this rogue administration in fear of having their cities occupied too. In Pierce County, in my district, they have nearly $200 billion of federal funds that could be at risk, which includes $706,000 grant from the Department of Homeland Security's Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Program that was abruptly terminated. These funds were dedicated to implementing, like the name says, targeted violence threat assessments in our schools to mitigate youth violence and radicalization. The Department of Homeland Security's letter stated that the grant was being terminated in part because the department, consistent with President Trump's direction, is focused on advancing the essential mission of enforcing immigration laws, securing the border, and combating anti-Semitism. Consequently, grant projects that support or have the potential to support activities not aligned with DHS's current focus do not effectuate the agency's current priorities. What is so explicitly clear to me is that this administration's excuses of sending the National Guard to local cities in defiance of the local governments in order to address crime and improve public safety are an absolute sham, when they are canceling funding left and right that would actually help our local governments address these very issues. Mr. Jackson, could you speak to how public safety is affected when you defund programs like targeted violence and terrorism prevention grants?
Yeah, I mean, a critical resource of our federal government has been helping states prepare to identify and intercept targeted violence across the country. In fact, the Department of Homeland Security was required to work with state government on that. But those resources through CISA and other preparatory agencies or departments are under siege. But what we're also concerned about is just the direct federal law enforcement resources for agencies like the ATF that are specifically focused on intercepting guns from getting into our communities. And again, with cities like DC, where 95% of the guns are coming from outside the state, that federal law enforcement is crucial, but are now experiencing over 40% cut.
Would you say, in your experience, that local investments, like funding for local law enforcement, funding for targeted violence and terrorism prevention, funding for ATF programs, would have a greater effect on public safety than the militarization of our cities?
It's a fact, and frankly, that's what we've seen over the last 2 years with a 31% reduction in homicides. This year, we're still tracking for another 20% reduction in homicides. And we think that's a direct result of the resources to prevent violence before it happens.
Thank you for your answer, for your work, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia in the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. You know, as a Navy veteran, as a freshman member of Congress, I love our country. And I love Washington, D.C., the history, the people, the culture. This is America's city. And I represent Virginia's 5th Congressional District. People from the 5th Congressional District come here for vacation or for work every day, and people from around the country. I think we should all agree, though, that whether you live here or visit here, you should be able to walk down any street in America and Washington, D.C. with your little girl or your little boy and be safe. And I think we'd be less than honest if we said it has not been a problem. And I want to say that the actions of this administration with President Trump have lowered crime and lowered murder rates to record lows. And so I want to start by saying, thank God, President Trump put your security and your safety, law and order, above other divisive ideas. We would not have a country without our men and women in law enforcement, and I see a lot of them around here right now. I just want to thank you. Each of you in your written testimony emphasized the importance of the work of the Metropolitan Police Department is doing to keep the residents of D.C. safe, and the need to increase funding for the department. And I have a very simple yes or no question. Do you disagree with defund the police movement? And I'll start with Mayor Bowser. Yes or no? Do you disagree with defund the police?
Yes.
Mr. Mendelson?
Yes.
And Mr. Schwab?
Yes.
And Mr. Jackson?
Frankly, I think you should ask the president that.
That's a yes or no, sir. All right, Mr. Mendelson, in your written testimony, you stated the following. Since 2020, police departments across the region and the country have faced challenges in recent years to hiring and have failed to hit their hiring targets. Can you tell me what major event happened in 2020?
The murder of George Floyd.
Mr. Mendelson, in 2020, the D.C. Council voted in favor of a budget that defunded the MPD by more than $15 million. In the years that have followed, crime has skyrocketed in D.C. Do you still stand by this decision? I will remind you that this is a simple yes or no.
Well, as I said to
I just said a yes
another
or no. I've got a very limited time with all due respect.
I realize that, but
all right, Mr. Mendelson,
these
hundreds
questions
of
are more
MPD law
complicated
enforcement
than a yes
officers
or no.
have left the department since 2020 because they don't feel they have support from D.C. Council. In fact, the council not only voted to defund the department in 2020, you also went so far as to put a target on your officers and their families by releasing body camera footage with the officer's name attached. For all witnesses, let's talk about D.C.'s fiscal policy.
Do you believe DC does a good job at managing their budget? This is just, I don't have much time with all due respect. Yes or no? So Mayor Bowser, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Mendelson,
We do an excellent job.
Mr. Schwab,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
I find that interesting. I'm going to list a few of the programs funded by the city's approved fiscal year 2025 budget. $5 million to support DC's hosting of the World Pride 2025. Regardless of party, race, religion, or creed, I love you, but your #1 goal should be to keep the citizens safe. Not that. $1 million to support the construction of an LGBTQ+ community center in Shaw. $250,000 to support Black LGBTQ+ history program. $434,000 in fiscal year 25 and $1.3 million across the financial plan to establish a reparations task force. $600,000 to provide workforce development services for transgender and gender non-conforming residents who are experiencing homelessness and housing instability. $40 million to ensure migrants in DC are treated humanely. $868,000 for a cost of living adjustment for council staff. And yes or no, do you stand by these funding initiatives? Yes or no? I don't have much time. Mayor Bowser.
I do.
Mr. Mendelson. Mr. Schwab.
We have a $20 billion
Jackson?
budget, and I stand by what we
Instead of funding
appropriated.
these programs that promote the far-left radical woke agenda, this $48 million could have been used to hire approximately 685 additional MPD officers. If you had put this money towards supporting policies instead of woke agendas, we would have had less murders and safer streets. So I'll go back to what I said. By the grace of God, President Trump loves the American people regardless of party, race, religion, or creed, and you are safer today. Thank you. I yield
Congressman,
back.
we have fully funded the MPD budget request. Every year, we have fully funded the MPD budget request. The challenge is that there are not enough applicants for big city police departments across the country and in the region.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Suberman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversation today. I mean, Mr. Jackson, you just mentioned you should ask the president the question. I want to tackle that a little bit because the question was, about defunding the police. Yet this Congress and this president has not fully funded the police and fully funded DC with its own taxpayer money, correct? And what we are seeing is that we're hundreds of police officers and law enforcement officials short in DC. So could you explain that a little bit more?
I was referencing a little bit broader than DC, but this Congress has made the largest defunding of law enforcement, I believe, in American history. Under Republican leadership and under Trump's advisement, to cut ATF, to cut DEA, to cut FBI, and then the remaining officers that are left, as opposed to putting them to their jobs to intercept guns that are being trafficked into our communities, they are now patrolling impoverished communities like Ward 8. And so when we talk about defunding the police, we should look right into the eyes of President Trump and ask him, why are you defunding the federal law enforcement that is supposed to protect our communities from the flow of illegal guns?
Mayor Bowser, would you agree with that?
With defunding the federal law enforcement
What did you
apparatus?
just say that this administration and this Congress has not fully funded law enforcement?
I would agree with that.
Exactly, I would as well, because in the end, we're spending millions of dollars a day on law enforcement, on National Guard, instead of spending that money on law enforcement that should be a more sustainable long-term solution. And we are underfunding crime prevention programs in DC. And what the National Guard is doing here is they're getting bored, actually. They're at street corners just hanging out, and they're not trained to be in law enforcement. And we're spending millions of dollars a day instead while they pick up trash These are National Guardsmen from Louisiana, where there is a very high crime rate. There's plenty to do in Louisiana. I went to school there, so I know. And from other states that have their own crime problem and have their own problems back home, but instead they're being sent here for photo ops, essentially. And they deserve better, their families deserve better, and the people of DC deserve better instead. And so I think what a better solution that's better for taxpayers and better for the American people, and certainly the people of DC, is why don't we just fund law enforcement and crime prevention programs in DC instead of continually underfunding them? Why don't we actually do what Chairman Mendelson just said and try to do more initiatives to find more law enforcement officers, because that is a problem. Recruiting is a big problem. Instead, we're sending the National Guard in. And I've got constituents, I'm in Northern Virginia, who work in D.C. every single day. And one constituent in Warrenton said, I work in the district, and now I'm in fear of my safety to come to work and go home. With military roaming the streets with possible unchecked authorities, there are many opportunities for harassment and abuse. I'll tell you, it's not just opportunities. People have been harassed and abused. And I've never felt unsafe before, but now I am becoming terrified. And I've gotten story after story about that. Mayor Bowser, have you gotten stories like that as well?
I have gotten stories about people who are concerned about seeing the military patrolling, policing with guns out of state, and people aren't really sure who they report to.
And I had one person tell me that their kids play soccer on the weekends, and they had National Guardsmen at their soccer practice just hanging out, and the kids got scared, right? And so I think a better solution would be to send those folks, those National Guardsmen from Louisiana and Mississippi home. And instead, why don't we fully fund DC's crime prevention programs and its budget instead, and actually move forward with these programs that have been working because crime was going down. And then my constituents can come and work in DC, make that long commute that I make every morning, and we can actually get to work and not be fearing that at every street corner we might get harassed. One more constituent said that they worked in D.C. for over 30 years and still go frequently. He never felt unsafe until now. And it is a dangerous power play that this administration is doing. And these federal forces are not concentrating on federal issues of protecting our security. And what I think we should be doing is finding people in our communities who can, or people who want to join the police, who can actually stay in our communities long-term and actually fix the problem long-term instead of this short-term photo op that this administration is putting forward. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
No, I do, but if you, it's still your time.
Well, it was like 10 seconds, but I'll recognize you, Mr. Bell, for unanimous consent or whatever.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this May 1st, 2025 article from the Washington Post titled, Trump Administration Cuts School Mental Health Grants Created After School Shootings, which show the complete disregard this administration shows toward proven solutions to reduce violent crime.
Without objection, so ordered. And Mr. Silberman, I'd like to remind you that the CR we're going to all have an opportunity to vote on tomorrow restores that $1 billion in funding. So you'll have an opportunity to vote to give the money to the DC Council that you just
Mr. Chair,
mentioned.
how did it get out in the first place? Was that?
I don't know, but I've been a very vocal advocate to get the money restored. So it's I don't know. No one has ever explained that to me.
That does not include funding.
But you'll have an opportunity to. You all will all have an opportunity to vote to restore that funding tomorrow. So, all right, Chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to table the motion to subpoena. Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he lied on ABC about the identity of the man that Tyler Robinson that murdered, assassinated, martyred Charlie Kirk. He lied and said he was MAGA. Tyler Robinson was not MAGA. Not one bit. He was part of Antifa. He was in a relationship. He was in a relationship with someone who identified as furry and trans. And this is an absurd lie. And so I move to table the motion to subpoena.
So, Mr. Chair, since typically this is non-debatable, I do have a point of inquiry, because it seems like what we just heard from the gentlelady out of Georgia was her debating why we should table it. So I feel like we should engage, we should all be given an opportunity to engage in debate
It's
about
not,
whether or not it's.
you know parliamentary procedure, it's not debatable.
But the issue was that the gentlelady from Georgia decided to go on a tirade. So at a very minimum.
Let Mr. Bell, he did more than announce the title of the UC and the
Well, my
publisher.
question is about this motion to table, the motion that was on the table. So I would, at a very minimum, ask that the minority be given equal time
We'll
to
just try, how about we
respond.
just hold off on the motion to table, and let's get back to asking questions. Everybody good with that? Can we, or what?
Was there no motion submitted then?
On a point of order.
Withdraw the motion for a little bit or not? It's up to you.
I'll withdraw it until
Okay.
time needed
All
to
right,
bring it back.
Okay, all right. Are you satisfied, Ms. Crockett?
As long as the minority gets equal time as Ms. Green.
All right, okay. All right.
When she brings it back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, Mayor, good to see you again. Attorney General Schwab, I want to extend my gratitude to your office. When I was prosecutor, we had a very tough case that actually involved a police officer defendant, and you all helped us work with the victim in that case to a resolution that both parties were happy with, particularly our victims, and I appreciate that. And so I have a couple questions that I want to talk about. One, I think a point needs to be made between the role of the National Guard and what they do and actual policing, and those are two different roles. And I think a lot of folks don't understand that difference. A 20-year-old with a gun in the military is taught how to kill. Police officers have to do a whole skew of things, including de-escalation. And so I think that it's important that we talk about that. And so my first question, and I'm short on time, Mayor, you were asked a question about the resources and what you would do with those resources, and you were cut off. Could you quickly finish that answer? That was earlier.
The resources with regard to our budget?
Yes.
Yes. So in order to close the billion-dollar gap, we looked across our government. So we had to cut citywide contracts related to everything from mental health services to the contracts to give our employees raises, most notably MPD and fire and EMS.
And so law enforcement would be included in that, obviously, and is
Yes.
a priority, but there's also other things that a mayor is responsible for.
Absolutely, including shifting spending that should have happened in '25 related to affordable housing.
Thank you, Mayor. And Attorney General, can you speak to how over-policing and temporary enforcement tactics have addressed or failed to address the root causes of crime in D.C.?
Well, as anybody in law enforcement knows, and anybody prosecuting cases knows, the level of trust the community has with law enforcement is essential. We need witnesses to feel comfortable coming forward. We need victims to recognize that they can come forward. And that trust between law enforcement, our MPD, and communities all around our city is something that we have worked very hard as a city to build over time. But like so much, it can be broken very quickly. And I worry very much about the distrust that has been caused by the recent events to communities who worked very hard to trust their MPD and vice versa.
And I think people also have to understand the cost of sustaining the National Guard in a major city like D.C., or now we're hearing even in my hometown of St. Louis, is astronomical. To send our troops who are trained, who are supposed to be protecting the homeland, to be coming in and doing the policing work, when we could take a fraction of that cost, pennies on the dollar, invest that in local law enforcement who is actually trained, and give them the resources that they need and keep people safe for fractions of the cost. And so it's just interesting to me that my colleague would talk about defunding the police when the big ugly bill actually defunded the police. It cut funding for local law enforcement And I don't hear my colleagues saying anything about that. And so also, there were some, with respect to serious crimes, carjacking, I know that was an issue. What has DC been doing to address those issues?
Well, my office is prosecuting every case, every carjacking case, every armed carjacking case where we have sufficient evidence to meet our burden of proof. They are difficult cases to make from an evidentiary standpoint, from a witness perspective, and yet more than 84% of the cases that MPD brought to us of carjacking last year we prosecuted. So we need to hold young people accountable and make sure they face consequences when they're engaged in carjacking.
And Mr. Jackson, with the remainder of my time, thank you for the work that you do. Can you speak to strategies you have found to be the most effective in actually curbing recidivism rates in our juveniles?
Well, we know that one of the most important things you can do is invest in victim services for those who have been traumatized by violence. As I said before, there are 24 states suing the Trump administration for withholding $1 billion for victim service funds through the VOCA Act. But we know that the best way we can reduce violence and recidivism is by investing in those who are most at risk and those who are most vulnerable, whether that's community violence intervention, victim services, mentorship programs, employment-based programs, all of which are under siege or have been cut by this administration.
Thank you. And with respect to victim services, I could not agree with you more. It's so important. Sometimes what gets lost in the argument is we do focus on arresting serious and violent offenders, which is so important, and also alternatives to incarceration for low-level offenders struggling with addiction and mental health. But we also got to be laser focused on our victims, and that impacts so many of our communities. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess for 5 minutes. We plan to reconvene in 5 minutes. So if you all need another break, feel free to take it real quick. The committee will now take up Mr. Khanna from California's motion to subpoena. I recognize Ms. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the motion to subpoena.
Okay, the motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The table is agreed to. The committee will now resume.
Request a recorded Chairman.
Vote, please.
A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner? Mr. Gosar? Yes. Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox? Yes. Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Grothman? Yes. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud? Yes. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Sessions? Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Aye. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace? Aye. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Fallon?
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Perry? Aye. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Burchett? Aye. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Ms. Green? Aye. Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. Boebert? Aye. Ms. Boebert votes aye. Ms. Luna? Aye. Ms. Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Aye. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Aye. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Crane?
Aye.
Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack votes aye. Mr. McGuire?
Aye.
Mr. McGuire votes aye. Mr. Gill? Aye. Mr. Gill votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Norton? Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch? No. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume? No. Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Brown? No. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury? Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Frost? No. Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee? No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar? No. Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett?
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Ms. Randall? Ms. Randall votes no. Mr. Subramaniam? Mr. Subramaniam votes no. Ms. Ansari?
No.
Ms. Ansari votes no. Mr. Bell?
No.
Mr. Bell votes no. Ms. Simon?
No.
Ms. Simon votes no. Mr. Min? No. Mr. Min votes no. Mr. Walkinshaw? Mr. Walkinshaw votes no. Ms. Presley?
No to table, yes to subpoena.
Ms. Presley votes no. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman?
I vote aye. And how has Mr. Timmons been recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Timmons is not recorded. Mr. Timmons votes aye.
And how has Mr. Higgins been recorded?
Mr. Higgins is not recorded. Mr. Higgins votes aye.
Will the clerk please add the total?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 21.
The motion is tabled. Before I recognize Ms. Green, I'm going to recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I want to thank Representative Khanna for the motion, but I also just want to just say that the chairman and I have been talking throughout the last 30 minutes or so, and we're both going to try to work together on an effort to bring in Mr. Carr in front of the Oversight Committee. And it's of interest to both the majority and the minority. And so we're going to try to move forward in a bipartisan way to get in front of the committee. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
I do too.
I'm going to recognize Ms. Norton for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article on the cut to DC's local budget, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, while I know you oppose the cut, Republicans keep saying today that their fiscal year 2026 continuing resolution fixes the $1.1 billion cut they made to DC's local budget, which consists entirely of local funds in the March CR. They are misleading the public. The Senate passed Senator Collins' bill to restore that funding in March. It has been sitting on the Speaker's desk since then. Republicans can never undo the last several months.
We'll enter into the record that statement. So it's without objection, it's entered. I recognize Ms. Crockett for unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chair, since I wasn't allowed equal time to debate, I have a UC. It is from, it looks like Yahoo News. It says, Charlie Kirk suspect's grandma says family is all MAGA.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Mr. Chair, remember I have a UC as well.
We'll recognize you next time. Chair, Ms. Green, it's your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can assure you that the 22-year-old man, Tyler Robinson, that murdered Charlie Kirk is not MAGA. His family may be Republican, but all of the evidence that is being presented proves that he is a far leftist, very much integrated in online groups that are linked to Antifa. He was in a relationship with a biological male, so-called furry, whatever that is transitioning to be a fake woman. He was not MAGA, not one bit. That is a complete lie, and it's an insult to every single Republican and person that identifies with those type of politics. We will not tolerate it, and that is the exact type of language that is getting many of us death threats day after day, and led to shootings on the baseball field where Steve Scalise was shot. This is what led to President Trump nearly being assassinated this past summer. This is what has led to Charlie Kirk being assassinated. And so I just want to give a warning there. We're not going to tolerate that anymore. You know, something else we're not going to tolerate is crime. On August 11th, President Trump announced major steps to address the out-of-control crime in the district. Thank God, because this is my 5th year in Congress, and living in D.C. and working here has been a nightmare. It is. The crime is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And let's talk about some of that. Since President Trump thankfully brought in the National Guard, carjackings have decreased by 87%. Nearly 1,200 people have been arrested, including known members of MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Those are both foreign terrorist organizations. By the way, many of them came across the border while Democrats controlled this country in the past 4 years. Federal law enforcement seized nearly 120 firearms and busted a drug trafficking ring attempting to smuggle fentanyl, PCP, and cocaine into D.C. A joint effort by ICE and MPD arrested an illegal alien previously charged with sex crimes against a child. D.C. went 12 days without a single homicide. Can you imagine that that's something that the National Guard had to be here to do? It's unbelievable to anybody that is right-minded. U.S. Attorney Pirro reported that 88% of arrests made between the start of the federal deployment on August 11th and August 25th resulted in charges being filed. This is substantially higher than in 2024, where the Biden-appointed U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves charged suspects only 57% of the time. That's because he was busy chasing down MAGA grandmas that went into the Capitol. So I've got a simple question for you. Mayor Bowser, do you prioritize criminals or the victims?
I prioritize law-abiding D.C. residents, visitors, and workers.
So that would be law-abiding citizens and victims. Do you support the police, Mayor Bowser?
Yes.
Mr. Mendelson, do you prioritize criminals or victims of criminals?
I believe in swift and certain justice. And
No,
if
I asked you
somebody has committed
either
a
one.
crime-
Victims of criminals, of crime, or the criminals themselves. Which one do you prioritize?
As I understand the question, victims.
Victims. Do you support the police, Mr. Mendelson?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Schwalb, I'll ask you the same questions.
Unfortunately, hurt people. So sometimes victims are victims one day and
So
are
you
perpetrators
prioritize the
next day.
criminals, is that what you're saying, over victims of crime?
I prioritize making up my city as safe as it can possibly be.
I'll take that as criminals. Do you support police, Mr. Schwab?
Of course, we work very closely with MPD every day.
Mr. Jackson, the same questions for you.
Definitely prioritize victims, and I stand with the 24 states that are suing the Trump administration for withholding $1 billion in victim service funds.
Okay, so you're against cleaning up crime in D.C. Thank you for that. I've got an article here. The D.C. Police Union head is the biggest cheerleader of Trump's D.C. police takeover. So the police here in the district support the efforts and the help from the president. However, I've got a quote here from Mr. Mendelson. You call the union celebrating Trump's takeover just despicable. You literally attack the police in your statements. You're calling
That's not correct.
the union supporting the president and the National Guard here, helping them every day on the streets. You're quoted as saying that's just despicable.
You're taking that out of context. I criticized the president of the FOP because he is a liar.
Oh, so you are against the police. Thank
No,
you for clearing that up.
no.
Also, I have
President
one.
of the
I
FOP.
also
I
have
believe our
one
time
last
is
thing,
the
Mr.
president
Chairman.
of the FOP, not the police.
I reclaim my time. Lastly, here, Mr.
Gentlelady's
Mendelson.
time's expired. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request.
Okay, state your.
I would like to enter for the record.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Green. I recognize Bell. That's on me. I apologize. We'll get you on the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 9th, 2025 article from the LA Times titled Kennedy Commission Child Health Report Ignores Gun Violence, the Leading Cause of Child Death, which calls out the Trump administration for ignoring
Without
how
objection,
gun
so
violence
ordered.
kills more children in this country than any other cause, and the administration ought to be embarrassed by that.
Without objection, so ordered. And I,
I think Ms. Crockett's unanimous.
Ms. Crockett's next.
Do you have a UC?
I'll recognize Ms. Green, then Ms. Crockett. Ms. Green, you have a unanimous consent request?
I do, thank you. For the record, Phil Mendelson's post here says repealing our laws is not liberation. Republicans in Congress can't be trusted. They took $1 billion from us, are moving more than a dozen bills, rolling back home rule, and are trying to take away our elected independent Attorney General and micromanaging our legislative process. I hope everybody watched Democrats vote against the vote that adds $1 billion back in for D.C. Thank you.
Without objection to order, Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Yes, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this September 16th, 2025 article from Time titled "Trump Called for a Crackdown on the Radical Left, but Right-Wing Extremists Are Responsible for More Political Violence," which calls out the game the president is playing, in which he creates a fictional problem while downplaying the real history of far-right violence against the American public, from the Oklahoma City bombing to January 6th. I got another one.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, the next one is for, it's an article from September 12, 2025. Article is from Democracy Docket titled, "I Couldn't Care Less. Trump's downplaying of right-wing violence continues long pattern," which calls out the game the president is playing, in which he creates a fictional problem while downplaying the real history of far-right violence against the American public.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes our newest member, Mr. Walkinshaw from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to express my gratitude to Leader Jeffries and Ranking Member Garcia for the opportunity to join this committee. And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you and members on both sides of the aisle as we conduct our important work. My role here gives my constituents in Virginia's 11th District, which is home to one of the largest concentrations of federal employees in the nation, a voice in conducting oversight of the federal government at a time when the Trump administration's reckless DOGE cuts have undermined the effectiveness, accountability, and integrity of federal operations and threatened the livelihoods of the federal employees, contractors, and small businesses that I represent. I am firmly committed to protecting both the critical services our government provides to everyday Americans and the dedicated workforce behind them. With that, I want to thank Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, and Mr. Jackson for taking the time to be here today. I also want to welcome, we have a number of other members of the City Council who have joined us. Thank you for joining us, and thank you all for your service. 10 days ago, I was a local government official as well, serving on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and that's a role that gave me an understanding and respect for the importance of the work that you do as local officials. Local government is the most accountable level of government because the decisions you all make directly and immediately impact your constituents' quality of life. And I know that your constituents, like mine in Fairfax, are not shy about telling you all what needs to be done or done differently. As President Reagan said, that government is best which remains closest to the people. And you all are closest to the people you represent, not us. As Mayor Bowser said in 1973, Congress passed the D.C. Home Rule Act to, among other things, grant to the inhabitants of the District of Columbia powers of local self-government. To achieve this goal, the Home Rule Act expressly gives D.C. residents the power to elect their mayor, legislative body, and attorney general. Some of my colleagues, however, while praising the benefits of local autonomy and authority elsewhere, seek to strip that autonomy from D.C. residents as part of an effort to support a federal takeover of our nation's capital by President Donald Trump. Another stated purpose of the Home Rule Act, and I haven't heard this mentioned today, was to, quote, relieve Congress of the burden of legislating upon essentially local district matters. Yet at a time when Congress should be focused on very urgent national matters, we are trying to micromanage DC's local affairs in furtherance of President Trump's attempt to consolidate power. The American people are facing serious challenges. Our economy is faltering. Inflation is rising. Tariffs are driving up prices and job growth is stagnant. And unless this Congress acts, tax credits that help working families afford health care will soon expire. In my district and the districts of everyone here today, tens of thousands of people will see their health care cost skyrocket. And meanwhile, as has been mentioned, President Trump continues to cover up the Epstein files, and a government shutdown is looming. In the face of all of this, how does the majority choose to spend its time? By interfering in DC's local government and further disenfranchising 700,000 Americans. They claim it's in the name of public safety. We've heard today from our witnesses many things that could be done to improve public safety in the District of Columbia. This is really part of a broader plan to help President Trump tighten his grip, to help him feel like he is in control while distracting from failed policies. Our constituents, Mr. Chairman, with the exception of Delegate Norton, are out there across the country, and they are wondering why this Congress and this committee seemingly has no time to solve the real problems they face in their communities, but seemingly all the time in the world to cosplay as mayors and council members for the District of Columbia. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
I appreciate our new colleagues' prepared remarks. I've lived in Washington on and off over the last 15, 18 years for about 10 years. And up until 2 months ago, this city was in disrepair. It was unsafe. There were thousands of homeless people that were plaguing our public spaces. There were rampant mental health issues with these people that were living in squalor. There was incredible drug use. There were muggings. There were carjackings. There were just immense unnecessary violence because our city council here in Washington, D.C., refused to do their job. They refused to keep us safe. They refused to enforce the rule of law. They have a law that says you can't sleep in federal property, that you can't sleep in the streets. You know what? Zero enforcement. Zero. So yes, President Trump took extraordinary measures which were necessary to keep this city safe because this is our nation's capital. And yes, we will delegate responsibility to local government, but when they violate the very premise that we delegate their authority for, which is keeping us safe and running the city in a safe and efficient manner, they have violated their obligation to us. And I have been working on this for the last 6 years. I've worked with the mayor. I've worked with many members of city council to try to solve this problem because a lot of it is complicated. But you know what's not? What's not complicated is enforcing the rule of law. And I hate to pick on the Attorney General, but we're going to have a little conversation. You remember criminal law. Back in the day, you went to law school, I went to law school. The two principles of justice are deterrence, which is you have a criminal justice system that says if you do this, this is the consequence. Hopefully that will deter you from doing it. Whether that's carjacking, whether it's going into CVS and stealing something, whether it's killing somebody. Deterrence is one of the principles of justice. The second principle of justice is retribution, meaning if a loved one of mine is hurt, killed, I do not take matters into my own hands because I know that the government, that those that we have elected in positions of authority will hold them accountable to whatever degree that our society deems appropriate. I was a prosecutor for 5 years. You're the chief prosecutor now in D.C. Do you believe that the D.C. criminal justice system meets the two principles of justice that we learned week one in law school, deterrence and retribution?
Well, thank you for the question. Apparently, I also learned incapacitation and rehabilitation are other things that we think about our criminal justice system delivering. When you talk about homelessness, which we all need to continue to work as hard as we can to drive down, we have to separate out conduct from status. And I know this is something you also learned in law school.
All right, we're going to do specific examples. So in 2021, 2 teenage girls brutally murdered their Uber driver. They literally called the Uber, they lured him in, they ran over him with his own car, and when they turn 21, they will be let out. So they're going to get 3, 4, 5 years for murdering someone intentionally. Do you believe that 3, 4, 5 years for murdering someone intentionally, and by the way, I think they won't have a criminal record when they age out. Do you think that that is justice, and do you think that the victim and his family have gotten retribution?
Our system has to hold young people accountable when they commit crimes and hurt people. And when they are held accountable, they should face swift and certain consequences.
Do you think 4 years is enough for murder?
Because that's what we do to try to make our city safe.
Do you think 4 years is enough for murder?
Under our system, long punishments are not what has been proven to deter
All
crime.
right,
It
that is why
swift,
you are going to lose a
swift
lot
and
of
certain-
power. So again, that is why you're going to lose authority. You're going to lose power. Instead of doing that, what you should be doing, you should be negotiating with the U.S. Attorney for D.C. and say, all right, we're going to create systems through which we're going to have deterrence. We're going to say, you don't get to commit a crime and come out of jail hours later. You don't get to kill someone and have no criminal record in 3 or 4 years. That is not justice. And if you think that that is appropriate, you will have zero authority. And I'm telling you right now, you got to change your ways. I mean, the intern that was shot and killed in the midst of, I guess, gang violence, you think that when they age out, I mean, because they're being federally prosecuted, they're going to get tried as an adult. Had that not been occurred, what would happen? They would get what, 3-4 years for killing a random 21-year-old?
Mr. Timmons, nobody cares more about public safety in our city than the 700,000 of us who live here.
Yeah, and you know what? For the last 45 days, for the first time, they have been
700,000
safe
people
for
who
the
have
last
elected
45
local
days.
officials and an attorney general who reflect
For the
their
first
views
time?
on how to
Oh,
keep
no,
our city safe.
Again, you're going to lose power, you're going to lose authority because the views that you have are wrong. They're wrong, and we free D.C. Yeah, D.C.'s been free for 45 days. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from ABC News that said, prosecutors already have dropped nearly a dozen cases from Trump's D.C. crime surge. And I want to just explain briefly, this is because
Without objection, so ordered.
Janine Pirro is trying
Chair
to prosecute
recognizes
cases
Ms.
that
Presley.
a grand
You're
jury
taking Ms.
will not
Presley's
even
time.
indict in because
You're taking Ms.
she
Presley's
is
time. Ms.
not
Presley,
actually
start the
indicting
clock.
crimes.
Ms. Presley.
Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. What we are seeing in this moment is chilling. The current occupant of the White House is sending federal troops into this beautiful majority black city. And let's be plain about who is being targeted. In this year alone, more than 93% of youth arrests in D.C. were of black youth. More than 40% of the arrests tied to this federal surge have been immigrants. This is not about safety. This is about suppressing black leadership, stopping black progress, and criminalizing black and brown youth. Mr. Jackson, you have an expertise in reducing crime, specifically gun violence, and you have researched what works and actually keeps people safe. We've heard a lot of rhetoric today, loud, inflammatory, dangerous, misleading at best, so let's separate fact from fiction. I'll make a statement and you'll answer with fact or fiction. Let's start. A 14-year-old has a fully developed brain.
Fiction.
Yes, that's fiction. Easy. Middle schoolers are still learning and growing. Science tells us the brain isn't fully developed until our mid to late 20s, which means children do not have the same judgment, impulse control, or decision-making capacity as adults. Yet just this week, Republicans passed legislation that would prosecute children as adults and send them to adult prisons. Children in adult prisons. Next question, Mr. Jackson, fact or fiction? The criminal legal system incarcerates black youth at disproportionately higher rates than white youth.
Fact.
Correct. That's fact. Nationally, black kids are 6 times as likely as white kids to be incarcerated. In D.C., the focus of today's hearing, the disparities are even more stark. Despite making up only 51% of the youth population, black children in D.C. are 98% of youth confinement. For too long, black youth have been disproportionately criminalized, policed, and locked up for normal adolescent behavior rather than receiving the resources and support that are proven to help them grow and reach their full potential. Last one, Mr. Jackson, fact or fiction? Trauma-informed strategies like community violence intervention help to disrupt cycles of violence.
Fact.
Correct, that's a fact. Investing in prevention, mental health, and community-based support keeps people safe. These are real, sustainable solutions. In the Massachusetts 7th, which I represent, cities like Boston, which Trump has threatened to attack next, are partnering with organizations like the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute to make these investments and are seeing historic lows in crime as a result. If Republicans were actually serious about reducing crime, they would follow that example, but they are so unserious. Instead of going after predators and pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein, they are going after children, passing policies to ship middle schoolers to adult prisons. That is child abuse. And it is consistent with their pattern of abuse and neglect when it comes to all our children. They let children go hungry by cutting SNAP. They make children sicker by cutting Medicaid and taking away vaccines. They strip environmental protections, leaving more kids gasping for air during asthma attacks. They rip families apart with cruel immigration policies as children watch their parents taken away from classroom windows, and they ignore the strange fruit of young black men like Trey Reed hanging from the trees of Mississippi. Time and again, Republicans prove they are unserious about the care, the health, and the future of all our children. They are invested only in fear and control, and that's what they're doing here today. Republicans are certainly not keeping us safe. Free D.C.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, thank you for coming today. You chair the D.C. City Council, and you have since 2012, is that right?
Correct.
And you've been on the City Council itself since 98?
Correct.
27 years. I don't know when 98 became 27 years ago, but it is. Sir, somebody asked you if you supported soft on crime policies. Would you agree with that, or would you vehemently disagree with that?
I would vehemently disagree with that.
So do you support or oppose President Trump's executive order to federalize the D.C. police and permit the National Guard to assist in law enforcement
I
efforts?
did not agree with it on multiple counts. It attempted to take over the police department. I think
And
the
I
National
apologize,
Guard's
just
on
limited
this.
time, but you don't agree. Okay, thank you. Do you think that, sir, that D.C. is safe?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So that's one of the reasons why you would oppose it, because you feel it's safe already. Okay.
Well, no, that's not completely correct. I
But you do,
think
but
that
again, limited time, but you
additional law
you said that
enforcement
DC
officers would be helpful.
is safe. Well, yeah, it would make it safer, but you did say it was safe. Do you know who Michael Pulliam is?
Do I know what is?
Michael Pulliam is?
Not offhand.
Okay, he was the 3rd District Police Commander. He was placed on leave
Yes.
for questionable changes to
Yes.
crime data, and then he said that leadership in MPD directed falsifying data. Do you know who Greg Pemberton is? I believe you do, because you had an interchange with Mr. Jordan.
Yes, and actually, I'd like to speak to that
Well,
because he's
you know,
tweeted
I
a
don't have the
threat of me.
time, but you do know who he is, and you know that he said that supervisors frequently ordered officers to report lesser of felonies, and you said that he was a liar. Is that correct?
And I
Okay.
can tell you why, and
Okay,
I'd like
well,
to tell
I'm not
you why.
interested in that honestly right now because we have limited time. I wish I had more time and we could talk about it
Yes,
more.
but he has threatened
But,
me by tweet in the last
okay,
hour.
So he said that they downgraded certain categories. So the categories that aren't tracked, so very serious felonies were downgraded. So we have highly credible reports and evidence that crime data in DC has been underreported, and there's could be very likely a conspiracy to cook the books. So you said that DC is safe. So it's interesting and telling that when you compare DC to other capital cities around the world, let's say Bogota, Colombia, the murder rate is 15 per 100,000. Lima, Peru, it's 7.5. Mexico City's 11. To give it context, tourist cities like Paris, Madrid, and London are 1 out of 100,000. Do you know what the DC number is? I know it varies, but do you know the latest number?
Well, I know that violent crime per 100,000 for DC is about 1,005.
I said the murder rate. Murder rate per 100,000.
I'd have
you
to
know
do
what
the
that is?
math.
It's 27 per 100,000, which is much higher than some of the most dangerous cities in the capital cities in the world.
And
So
lower
if
than other
DC
cities in the United States.
Yeah, which are even worse than Honduras. So if DC was its own country, Mr. Mendelson, there's 193 member states in the UN. Where would DC rank if you just use the murder rate?
Well, I know we would celebrate the autonomy.
You'd celebrate the autonomy, and you'd be the 5th most dangerous country in the world out of
Sir,
193.
I live in the District of
Sir, this is
Columbia,
my
and I
time,
feel
Mr.
safe.
Chairman. I reclaim my time. 5th most dangerous country in the world, and the only ones that would beat us would be countries like Jamaica, Ecuador, Haiti, and Honduras. That's not safe. I would say that's extraordinarily dangerous. Mr. Schwab, did you refer to President Trump's efforts as dangerous and harmful?
And unlawful.
Okay, thank you. And it's interesting you say dangerous and harmful because August 11th through 25th, carjackings were down 87%, 1,200 arrests were made, 120 guns were seized, 88% of arrests had charges brought. And for a 12-day period, gloriously in our nation's capital, nobody was murdered, not a single homicide. That's an odd definition of dangerous and harmful. So there have been, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, soft on crime policies. No cash bail. 89% of defendants last year were not held while awaiting trial, allowing adults as old as 24 to be treated as minors during sentencing. All of these policies, Mr. Mendelson, that you supported, and according to D.C. and statistics in the FBI, violent crimes in D.C. when you took over in 1998 compared to last year were up 46%. The precise numbers right here. So it is a dire problem. It is an emergency. There is a clear and present danger to the good and law-abiding citizens of Washington, D.C., and not just them, the tourists and all Americans, because this is a unique city. It belongs not just to the residents, but to all Americans. And it would be the 5th most dangerous country in the world. If this was its own country, Mr. Chairman, the United States would issue a travel advisory. That's how bad it is. So I would applaud, and I do applaud, President Trump's bold actions for MDCSA to make D.C. safe again. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I think it's really important. I mean, we're talking about 700,000 people that live here, and I feel like their voice gets completely just dismissed. And so if I may, Mr. Chair, ask unanimous consent to enter the record, the Washington Post poll of DC residents found 8 out of 8 in 10 opposed Trump's taking over of their local police and sending in federal troops.
Without objections ordered.
I think it's also really important to understand the incredible kind of slanderous, defamation, I don't know what to call it. They're just burying Washington, D.C. You just heard them speak about our nation's capital in that way, in a way that I feel very much like that's not what I see. I see people walking around with their families, people enjoying time to see these beautiful, incredible, beautiful monuments and everything. And there's a pride here, too. And so I just want to bring the D.C. residents into this committee, because I feel like they are being made invisible. And this really ugly picture that is not reflective. And I'm from Detroit. I've seen it happen to my city. And it's despicable in a way that I feel like, really goes up against our values. One of the things that I know in every abuse of power that, we let President Trump and the administration get away with in D.C., it will be replicated. It will be expanded across the country, and it is going to tear apart our communities. Mr. Jackson, I talked to you about a little bit about this, but I think it's important to understand that we do have a mental health crisis, that we have a housing crisis, affordability crisis. Can you police any of those away?
No.
You can't police away homelessness. And the way they talk about our homeless neighbors is so, no wonder there's violence increasing towards homeless neighbors. I see it already, the brutality of it. When we see housing costs go up, when we see, again, the lack or dismissiveness of the mental health crisis that we continue to grow. And it's not just this administration, and the previous administrations as well. No one has moved with the urgency that is needed. Just last week, the committee approved over a dozen bills regarding Washington, D.C. And, I'm just curious. Criminalize children. My colleague from Boston talked about this. It basically interfered with legislation already passed by the local government. Was anyone on this panel consulted? Any of you? Raise your hand if you were consulted on any of these bills. Yeah.
We were not.
One of the things that, AG, I've been listening to you. One of the bills actually eliminates your position completely. What effect would that have? Completely eliminating your position in regards to be able to do the job that you do to protecting all the families in Washington, D.C.
We'll start with the fact that more than 70% of the residents of the District of Columbia overwhelmingly voted for having an independent elected Attorney General.
That's right.
And that's a recognition of the fact that when an Attorney General is directly accountable to the people, directly responsive to the people, we are much better at doing our job in terms of addressing housing affordability and conditions in slumlords, seniors and consumers who are being scammed, addressing the issues that are most important to D.C. residents, because I am accountable to them.
I read wage theft is an issue, workplace discrimination. There's a number of issues that need to be addressed, and they're not going to address that. They want to paint you all as this ugly, dark, all just out in the street. I mean, the way, it's just unbelievable because they all live here. I don't see it. I don't see what they see. I don't understand why we're allowing that to happen, because I actually think it's going to hurt our communities. People are going to look at Washington, D.C. folks in a way that I think is going to be very painful, but also, you know, I don't know, Mr. Jackson, I heard the stories. People didn't leave their homes. They weren't leaving their homes. Businesses didn't see people coming into, I mean, that's what we want in our nation's capital. Stay in your house, don't move, don't go anywhere, stay fearful. It's unbelievable that my colleagues continue again to eject this narrative and this rhetoric in regards to it. But I think it's important, Mr. Chair, just like in DC, home rule was one out of Black freedom struggle in the fight for civil rights. We can't be passive right now. So nobody over there should take anything we say like so personally as if we're attacking them. No, we're attacking a process. We're not attacking people here. And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this fascist takeover. That's not a bad word. It's a fact. And here in DC and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames and or paints Washington, D.C. in a way that you all haven't really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady
No, I don't
yield?
yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is
Ms.
expired, but
Tlaib. I've
Mr. Chair.
been nice.
But you all
I
live
like
here,
Ms.
and
Tlaib.
you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our
Ms.
nation's
Tlaib.
capital. And no, it's just wrong how we're doing it.
Chairman, I think it's
Wrong.
insane that the
But you're
gentlelady
gonna
doesn't
look
have
at
an
the
argument, but she's going to
Washington, D.C. as a
refer
bunch
to
of
me and some of my
criminals.
You yield to
colleagues.
Mr.
Chair,
Donald.
We were
you
from the
know
Third
this.
Reich. This is
You're
insane.
gonna look at
It's
14,
insane.
15-year-olds as
It's
a bunch of
insane.
criminals?
It's insane.
Oh,
Do I look like a
please.
member of the Third Reich to you, Ms.
Please,
Tlaib?
please,
Is that what I look like to
please.
you?
You're the one taking your voting
Is that what
card,
you think?
giving it
Is that
to
what you
somebody,
think?
giving
Is
it
that
a
what you
card.
think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and all of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line.
Regular order, Mr.
Way out of line.
Regular order.
That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it
It's
goes.
okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold
Washington,
myself
D.C.
accountable.
Mr. Tlaib.
Washington, D.C.
Hold your
out
own
of your
self
mouth.
accountable. How
Keep
about
it out of
that?
your mouth.
Hold your own
I'm
self
trying,
accountable.
Mr.
How about that?
Free D.C. and make sure you
All right.
vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to
Ms.
somebody else.
Tlaib. All right, time. Chair recognizes Ms. Bobert from Colorado. Order. Wait a minute, Ms. Bobert. All right. Order. Ms. Bobert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This has certainly been lively today. Madam Mayor, I appreciate you being here today, and I have a few questions for you. Do you believe in regard to crime, D.C. City Council is moving the district in the right direction or wrong direction?
The city council and I are working.
Right or wrong direction?
We're moving in the right direction.
Now, okay. Why in 2023 did you veto the council's updates to the criminal code to eliminate most mandatory minimum sentences, reduce mandatory maximum penalties, and allow jury trials for misdemeanors?
Well, I made clear at the time my objections to the rewrite of the criminal code. The criminal code does
your
need to be
objection was this
updated.
bill does not make us safer. Is that correct?
That's what I believe.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Bowser, as we know, City Council overruled your veto, and the criminal code changes went into effect 2023. This same year, crime rates rose dramatically. They overruled your veto, and then we saw crime rates rise dramatically. Do you believe that this bill contributed to the dramatic rise in crime that we saw in 2023 that's been mentioned here today as well by the council?
Well, the bill didn't go into effect, but I believe that it was necessary for us to look at our entire public safety ecosystem, not just that year, but previous years.
So you had some foresight that this could help, and you said this bill does not make us safer. The council overruled your veto, and at multiple events this year, you opposed National Guard deployments in Washington, D.C. However, since President Trump deployed the National Guard in D.C., violent crime has dropped nearly 50%.
Well, Ms. Bobart, may I?
One moment. I'll
Okay.
give you a chance to respond. Since President Trump deployed the National Guard in D.C., violent crime has dropped nearly 50%. Property crimes like burglary, vehicle theft dropped about 25%. And carjacking saw a dramatic 28% decline compared to the same period in 2024. Will you admit, Mayor Bowser, that President Trump bringing in the National Guard has helped clean up this district? And if not, why have you let them stay here indefinitely?
What I have said is that the increase in federal law enforcement, National Guard is not law enforcement.
You've allowed them to stay here indefinitely, though.
The president controls the DC National Guard, and he purports to control the guards from other states.
Have you asked him to remove them?
Yes.
And you would be in favor of that? Do you think that crime would increase once again?
Ms. Bobart, I put in place a mayor's order that is a framework for how DC government will work with our federal partners.
Yes, ma'am.
And they include the FBI, the DEA, the ATF,
Yes, ma'am.
U.S.
Sorry, my time
Capitol
is short.
Police,
I don't mean to step over you.
as well as the United
I
States Secret Service.
I want to keep this respectful with you, and I don't mean to
Yes.
step over you. One more question, Mayor Bowser. Is cracking down on crime racist, as many of your Democrat colleagues have suggested?
Our police department
Yes
has
or no,
been
is it racist, ma'am?
not in D.C.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairman Mendelson, you believe that cracking down on crime is racist, correct? No? Is that not what you said? You said bringing in large numbers of federal or National Guard troops can escalate tensions, particularly in minority neighborhoods. You also stated that federal deployments can disrupt daily life, disproportionately affect minority communities, and exacerbate racial tensions. So,
Are you asking about the National Guard or law enforcement?
I said federal or National Guard troops.
I do
And
think that-
we've seen police presence decrease under this council, and funding be redirected. So I really don't care to hear
That is
how
false.
pro-police you are, because I've seen those numbers decrease over the years and funding be stripped. And so with the National
We have
Guard,
not stripped funding in 4 years.
it has happened, and
Not
crime
in
has
4 years.
increased.
What has happened in
Chairman
4 years is
Mendelson,
that
if I
we've
may,
not been reimbursed
so
$83
the
million
federal
by the
deployments
federal
can
government for
disrupt
police.
these things, and you said that they can exacerbate racial tensions. So is it racist to bring in?
Militarization is oppressive
Is it
to
racist?
neighborhoods.
Chairman?
No.
No. Okay, so are you redacting your statement and your
No.
position?
Militarization is a problem. I did not say that was racist, but it is a problem.
Mr. Chairman, you said that it increases racist tensions. So I would say that you are characterizing that as racist, bringing them in. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Thank the lady from Colorado. Chair recognizes Mr. Min from
Chairman.
California.
Sorry, I have a unanimous consent request, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this May 16th, 2024 article from the Washington Post titled, "A Congressman Spared Prison as a Teen Tells D.C. to Be Tough on Youth," which covers the story of a sitting congressman who used a pretrial diversion program to avoid jail
title's
time
been read,
for
Mr.
physicians
Chairman.
with intent to distribute and had a bribery charge.
Mr. Chairman, the
expunged.
title's been read.
And yet that is the
Mr.
level
Chairman,
of
the
violence.
title's
All
been
you
read.
have
We're
to-
not reading the
Miss-
entire
Mr. Sorry.
document.
Chairman,
All you have to do is say the title and the publisher. So without objection.
Mr. Chairman, and since the gentlelady is referring to me, I wonder if she would like to debate the actual topic. I'm more than prepared to debate the topic. I've been doing it my entire life.
Do you want to?
You voted illegally your entire life?
Would the lady yield the gentleman from Florida?
No, it's not a debate. It's an article that obviously you admit is about you, about how you were spared prison as a teen and now want to not allow other young
Actually, for the
people that same
gentlelady, let's be very clear, the article is wrong. The article is wrong, and I'm on the record stating that repeatedly. I've never been proud of what happened when I was 18 years old or 20 years old. I was wrong, and under the laws of the state of Florida, I was held accountable for that as an adult. So let's be very clear about what was written in that article, which is wrong, that does not coincide with the language that I passed off the House floor the other day. If you want to read articles and put them in the record, let's be clear about what they are. And since I'm the only subject matter expert
Point of
on
order.
that article. I would like to set the record straight right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm requesting equal time. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Was the article
Let him
about
do-
you, Ms. Crockett?
It was not about me.
Okay,
but
Chair
it was
recognizes
but it was
Mr.
a
Min.
unanimous
Mr.
consent,
Chairman,
which is not debatable.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to take
Chair
on all
recognizes
comers.
me.
So I entertain
If
it.
somebody tries to put an article in about you, and I've
Well,
read
I'm
a few.
sure y'all want
but
to
we
talk
haven't
about
put
my
'em in.
private school, honey.
If somebody does, you can defend yourself. Mr. Min.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I want to be clear, though, this committee continues to fail to conduct oversight on the most important issues that my constituents care about, whether it's the allegations of chronic and extreme lawbreaking by ICE, the politicization of the DOJ, FCC, and other executive branch offices to go after Trump's critics, the repeated attacks on Congress's Article I authorities, including the illegal taxation of goods imported into the United States, tariffs, or the illegal withholding of funds appropriated by Congress, AKA impoundments, and on and on and on. And incredibly, virtually the entire Republican caucus has refused to sign the discharge petition to release the entire Epstein files. Earlier this year, GOP leadership recessed early, hoping that the Massey-Khanna discharge petition would fade away. But that is not going to happen. We're going to keep fighting. We're now one vote shy of the 218
Would the gentleman
needed.
yield to a question
Four
from the chairman?
Republicans, including 3 on this committee, have been brave enough to sign that petition.
Would the gentleman
Meanwhile,
yield
the
to a
rest of the
question?
conference continues to stay silent.
Would you yield to a question from me?
Absolutely.
Are you not keeping up with the oversight committee? We have requested more information than the discharge petition. And I think you're trying to create a false narrative that this committee's not doing anything or Republicans not doing anything. This committee's been very aggressive.
I applaud
on
the
the
work
Epstein.
that the committee is doing, but it is proceeding piecemeal, and the discharge petition, as I understand it, would require the entire release of the Epstein files. They're not inconsistent with each other. And I think
And then
that
it
I
has
would
to go
urge
to
you
the Senate.
respectfully to
Would you
consider
want us
something
to
other.
just wait? You just want us to just drop everything in the Epstein
I
and
don't
wait for the
understand why the
Senate?
Oversight Committee can't do oversight while also signing on to the discharge petition. Because we are asking for piecemeal items from the FBI and DOJ. We are not asking, as I understand it, for the
We've
entire
asked for
Epstein files.
everything. We've asked for everything. Now, I'll yield back to your
Thank you.
time.
And if I could have a little more time, I'd appreciate it. I urge my colleagues to fulfill our constitutional responsibilities and to do right by the survivors and sign on to that. And respectfully, Mr. Chair, I would urge you to consider that as well. But I want to turn to today's hearing because I believe this is largely political theater meant to distract us from the fact that Donald Trump is illegally deploying thousands of military troops in the streets of Washington, D.C., following on his illegal deployment of military personnel in Los Angeles. And now he's threatening to deploy the military in cities like Chicago, New York, and Portland over the objections of the local mayors and governors. Now, as a reminder, state governors have broad latitude to call up their National Guard, but the president's authority is very limited, and it is limited under Title X authority, which is expressly limited to 3 circumstances. 1, when the United States is invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. 2, there's a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Or 3, the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. So I want to ask you all to raise your hands if you agree with the following question. Do you believe the United States is being invaded? I want to know for the record there are no hands raised. Do you believe there's a rebellion happening?
No.
Again, no hands raised. Do you believe the president is unable to execute the laws of the United States without the National Guard?
No.
No hands raised. That's right. Donald Trump, ironically, is using a trumped-up crisis over crime to break the law.
Will the gentleman yield?
No. In January
didn't ask us
2024, a
this
group
last
called
year.
United to Protect Democracy published a report entitled The Authoritarian Playbook for 2025, which warned explicitly that if Trump were elected, he would likely follow the same playbook used by authoritarians like Vladimir Putin in Russia, Recep Erdogan in Turkey, Viktor Orban in Hungary, and others. It outlines a number of actions they expected President Trump to take during his second term. So I want you to raise your hand if you think the Trump administration is doing the following. Issuing pardons to licensed lawbreaking.
Yes.
Raise your hands if you agree with that. Directing investigations against critics and rivals.
Yes.
Regulatory retaliation.
Yes.
Federal law enforcement overreach.
Yes.
Domestic deployment of the military.
Yes.
It probably won't surprise you to know that as this is exactly what these authors predicted Trump would take as far as actions if he were elected to a second term. But one ironclad rule that is still potentially being forced is the Posse Comitatus Act, which clearly prohibits the use of military personnel, including the National Guard, for law enforcement activities unless specifically authorized by Congress, such as with the Insurrection Act. Now, I've actually asked a lot of the National Guardsmen here that I've run into on the streets whether they are allowed to assist with law enforcement, and they've consistently told me that the answer is no. I asked a guardsman just earlier today what would happen if he saw crime happening right in front of him. He said he could take pictures, videos, he could call the cops, but he's not allowed to engage. So I'm really appreciative of those who serve in our National Guard, and I'm really, really appreciative that unlike Donald Trump, they are following the law. But this is also just massively wasteful and disrespectful to our National Guardsmen who have been pulled from their families, their jobs, and their communities, all to essentially serve as human scarecrows, or even worse, to clean up our streets and do our landscaping. This is not what our Guardsmen were trained to do. It's not what they are signing up to do. It's also massively expensive. President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles cost over $120 million. The D.C. National Guard's deployment of 958 Guardsmen will cost over $200 million. And while we don't know yet what the deployment of the 1,300-plus other Guardsmen sent from other states will cost, it's likely to be much higher because we're paying for their lodging as well. So basically, we're looking at a deployment cost of over $500 million for this D.C. deployment, which is doing nothing to stop crime. You could hire thousands of cops with that money. So, Mayor Bowser, I want to ask you a question. What would be more effective in deterring and preventing crime? Deploying over 2,000 National Guardsmen at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, or sending that money to D.C. for additional law enforcement and crime prevention programs?
And the gentleman's time's expired, but the mayor can answer the question.
I think you took up about a minute of my time, though, sir.
No, we stopped the clock. I watched.
No, you didn't, actually.
We stopped it.
It didn't stop.
We stopped it.
I would say sending the money to DC, restoring our 2025 approved budget as a start would also help. Additionally, we can do more than law enforcement. We can also assist the federal government with their parks.
I appreciate that answer, and I would just close by saying this. If Trump were serious about stopping crime, he would send greater resources to local law enforcement and try to tackle the root causes. Instead, he's illegally sending troops into our cities, even as he's pardoning criminals, defunding the FBI, and reallocating our scarce federal resources to going after nonviolent offenders. This makes, like day laborers, children, this is making our communities more dangerous, not more safe.
Chair recognizes Florida's favorite son, Mr. Donalds.
And I'd like to, with unanimous consent, introduce this article titled...
I've already recognized Mr. Donalds. You can do it in a minute. Mr. Donalds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very interesting hearing for a myriad of reasons. Mayor Bowser, thanks for being here with us. I do appreciate you taking the time today. It was said earlier that in 1973, Congress did pass the D.C. Home Rule Act. It is known on Capitol Hill, is known, quite frankly, through our entire constitutional republic, that any Congress cannot bind a future Congress. Just like at the state level, a legislature cannot bind a future legislature. That something that is enacted can be modified or undone in the future. I was able to have a conversation with a lot of the people from the Free DC organization. Some of them might still be in the room today. And that was the constant point that we came back to. That yes, under the law passed in 1973, your position was created, the DC City Council's position was created, but the ultimate authority for the federal district is still the United States Congress, and with the signature of the President of the United States. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. I would agree, and I would also add it's within the power of this Congress to advance the DC statehood bill. By simple majority, this Congress can, like it has done for every state in the union outside of the first 13, admit DC as a state.
I'm glad you actually brought that up, because one of the reasons why I opposed the D.C. statehood bill is because the Constitution and the framers were actually quite clear that they did not want the federal district per se to be leveraged by a state or any state. And I think I had conversations with several residents of D.C. who were walking through the halls of Capitol Hill when then Speaker Pelosi was bringing that up. And I asked them two very important questions. If you want to have representation, why don't we allow that property to be re-annexed by the state of Maryland, which actually provided the land for the federal district to be created? Or would the citizens of the District of Columbia prefer not to be subject to federal income taxes as a result of them not having, quote unquote, representation.
I
What's your thought on that?
I do think it's time to talk about what the district pays and what we get back. I do think it's time to have that conversation.
And that's a fair conversation to have. I got a couple questions for you. Let's get to the business of the matter. Since President Trump authorized the National Guard to be in D.C., how much has crime decreased in the District of Columbia?
I think it's important, and then I've noticed that this has happened throughout this conversation, that you talk about the National Guard and you don't talk about federal law enforcement. And the federal surge consisted of federal law enforcement, which MPD works with all the time. I'm talking about the FBI, the DEA.
Mayor Bowser, I'm really not trying to disrespect you, but how much has crime decreased?
Oh,
Since the president took action.
I mentioned already and let me look at my numbers, that the federal surge produced a 39% decrease in violent crime.
39% decrease in violent
and that's
crime
on
in
top,
the nation's capital.
Let me just add, that's on top of the 6% decrease that we were already experiencing.
So it seems that the president's surge was more effective than your own efforts. What did you say?
It
Last time I
accelerated.
checked, 39% is way higher than 26%. But let me move on. Let me move on.
But the full statistic is a little
Chairman,
different.
Chairman Mendelson, I didn't ask you a question.
I know,
Relax,
but the
hang
full
on.
statistic is a little different.
Actually, Chairman, let me ask you this question, because you butted in, now let me ask you.
Sure.
What is the
It's my
current
penalty.
status of the Metropolitan Police Department in terms of staffing? How many officers do you have on the beat?
I believe it's less than 3,100.
Okay. Is
Which is much lower than it should be.
Is the MPD fully staffed?
In my view, no.
Question. Hold that point. Here's the question. So is a surge of federal law enforcement into the federal enclave, which the mayor has acknowledged is the primary responsibility of the federal government, isn't it simple logic to say that the president's surge has been helpful to safety and security in the District of Columbia, Chairman?
The additional law enforcement resources has been good. We work with those different agencies all the time. There was more of it, more of a good thing. National Guard is separate, ICE is separate.
Question for you, Chairman. You just said you said something I want to expound. You've been working with the federal government during this surge
and before
that was brought by President Trump and before.
And before.
So you've been working with him through this entire time.
With the federal, like DEA, FBI, MPS Park Police.
Mayor
yes.
Bowser, you would concur that you guys have been working with the President of the United States throughout this entire period, correct?
Mr. Donalds, you know I work with every president.
I know, but
including
I'm
President
trying to
Trump,
establish a
in Trump
baseline.
1 and in Trump 2.
And I thank you for that, Mayor
Yes,
Bowser.
that
I'm
is
just
our
trying
job.
I'm trying to
As do
establish.
all of we all stand ready to work with. We're unique. The District of Columbia is unique in
Mayor
that
Bowser,
we're always going to have
Mayor
a
Bowser, I'm
relationship.
out of time, so I got to reclaim.
Sorry,
I apologize.
Yep.
I agree, Mayor Bowser.
Yes.
The district is unique. The district is not like any other city in the United States. It is the federal enclave. I commend you and your team for working with the President of the United States to keep the district safe. I really do. I think it's important for a lot of people who are saying that they're upset with the president that your own mayor and your own chairman of the city council has acknowledged that crime has gone down while working with the president. Let's work together. Let's give peace a chance. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Donald. Mr. Mann, I'll recognize you now for your.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record an article from the USA Today entitled DC National Guard Deployment to Cost $200 million, as soldiers pick up trash, blow leaves.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, state your point.
It was raised earlier in an article about me, so let's just get to it.
I thought we did this already.
No, well, we're doing it again because your name was not raised, so now we get to do it twice.
Well,
Thank you.
No.
He's being recognized for a point of privilege.
It's a point of
Okay,
personal
well,
privilege.
we gonna need
Thank
one
you
too.
very much. I don't think it's really personal for you, madam. Let's be clear about a couple of things. Yes, when I was 18 and 20, I was arrested twice. I was. I made a lot of mistakes when I was young. I've admitted them. I've had to live with them my entire life. Every day since the age of 21, I've had to purpose myself to be a better man than I was the day before. That is something that was afforded to me by the laws of the state of Florida. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. And now I'm here in the nation's capital doing my job. In Florida, when I got into my trouble, I was not tried as a juvenile. I was tried as an adult because I was an adult. And since that point in time, I have worked, whether it's at the state level or here at the federal level, to make sure that our criminal justice policies and systems actually make sense, and they are built to secure and protect the citizens that we all serve. That's a mission I've been on ever since.
Will the gentleman
I was 21.
yield?
I'm not going to yield because it's a personal point of privilege. It's not for you.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to clarify something.
So for the record, I wanted to make that point be clear. Yes, I'm the author of the DC Crimes Act. Yes, I believe that adults over the age of 18
Mr.
should be
Chairman,
held
this is
accountable
not
as
a
adults.
campaign ad
And so
for the gentleman's governorship.
this is not a campaign ad. I'm stating it for the record because it was raised by the gentle lady. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. I know you're a freshman member of the House, and I have never had a chance to meet you, but it was raised, so I wanted to provide a response because my name was brought up in an article submitted for the record. I think
Point
I'm
of
done now.
information.
I yield.
Point of
Yes,
information.
State your point.
The gentleman from Florida just referenced the bill that he authored, and I just want to clarify, is the chair aware as to whether or not under current DC law, it allows the Attorney General,
That's not a point of information.
okay, well, it's a question.
Well,
Point of
I
inquiry.
mean,
We gonna do an
We
inquiry.
can talk about it later.
We'll do an inquiry. I am trying to clarify.
It's not a parliamentary inquiry. All right, Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to say, but we all know why you've called this hearing. This is one more attempt to cover for the Trump White House, which is itself engaged in a massive, massive cover-up to shield the president and his allies from accountability. No one is fooled as to why suddenly the President of the United States is declaring emergencies in cities across the country and deploying armed troops against American citizens, despite the fact that crime rates, at least in the District of Columbia, are at a 30-year low. This is very obviously a blatant and egregious attempt to redirect attention from a very real and ongoing crime. The crime which is the massive and epic cover-up for Jeffrey Epstein's abuse and that of other rich and powerful men who engaged with and supported him over the course of decades. Some of those very men are in the White House right now. Donald Trump wants so badly for the Epstein story to go away. Trump sued the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion for reporting about this letter. Not surprising, as we are seeing what's happening now with the alarming authoritarian attacks on the free press. This was one of many examples, but he claimed this letter didn't exist. Here it is. This grotesque, disgusting, misogynistic letter which Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein. He probably laughed. He probably thought this was hilarious, laughing about the abuse of literally thousands of underage girls at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and his powerful rich friends, and then lying about it repeatedly to this day. Why? Why lie about it? Donald Trump now claims this isn't his handwriting, which is a comical excuse, and House Republicans are covering for him. Why are House Republicans covering for Donald Trump? They're holding this absurd hearing about crime in DC to distract the public from the very real national issues at hand. These are the people that Trump and House Republicans are covering for. Trump's Department of Justice moved Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's right-hand accomplice in the sexual abuse of underage girls, to a minimum security prison, all to buy her silence. You know, Donald Trump sent his former personal defense attorney, who's now the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, to sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell and to transcribe her remarks word for word, releasing this liar's version of the truth to the world. Why would the Trump Department of Justice endorse a convicted liar, Ghislaine Maxwell's version of the truth? Many of us here in this room actually sat with the victims, the survivors of Epstein, and they were understandably shaken and livid by the fact that a convicted child sex abuser and trafficker was given such a massive platform to continue to spread her lies. Donald Trump did that. Trump's DOJ did that. When FBI Director Kash Patel was asked about it in the Senate, He said he had no idea why she was moved to a minimum security prison. Don't House Republicans have any interest in investigating that? No? They don't care? Instead, they want answers to the really important questions. Questions like, how many trash bags did the National Guard pick up today? Or how many traffic tickets have been given out in DC this week? Or how many drunk college students needed to have the National Guard call them Ubers so they could get home? These are the tough questions that House Republicans want answers to. So let's just be very clear. The biggest criminal in Washington, D.C., the criminal who was besties with Jeffrey Epstein and was already found liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, the criminal who should be invested not only for those crimes, but now this massive cover-up, is Donald John Trump. What I want to know is who instructed the Bureau of Prisons to move Ghislaine Maxwell? What did the Trump administration promise her to remain silent? Why is FBI Director Patel claiming that no other men victimize underage girls and women through the sex trafficking operation organized by Epstein and Maxwell, which is obviously false, and we heard as much from the women? Did House Republicans collude with the White House to change their tune on the Epstein files? And what is Donald Trump so afraid of? Why won't he just release the unredacted Epstein files, which he could do literally at any moment? Unfortunately, we will have to continue to wait to get these answers. Also, Republicans can find out how many stray cats need to be dealt with on the streets of Washington, D.C. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it needs to be said that the Democrats had those files for 4 years and chose not to do anything with them, and now currently they're obsessed with it. I think that speaks volumes. But thank you all for being here. Mayor, thank you, ma'am. I was a county mayor. It was the best job I think I've ever had.
Thank you.
And on days like today, I'm sure you're thinking, dadgum, I wished I hadn't run for this office. Should have sold Amway or something. But anyway, I have a couple questions for you, ma'am. President Trump's response to the spike in violent crime in Washington, D.C. lowered the rate of violent crime?
I have already testified to the period of 30 to 34 days. We saw a decrease on top of the decreases that we are experiencing already this year.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. But when you're the 435th most powerful member of Congress, I have to ask those questions again.
Yes.
So just act like you've never heard that, and I deserve a Pulitzer Prize for my questioning. Have the criminal justice policies created by the D.C. City Council led to the spike in violent crime in Washington, D.C.?
In my experience, Congressman, there is not one single thing that you point to when crime goes up, and it's usually not one single thing you point to when crime goes down. So my experience as mayor and as a member of the council before that is to throw everything at it. We look at the laws, we look at our deployment strategies, we look at our prevention strategies until we see results. And that's what we've seen over the last 2 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Why is Mr. Mendelson, why has your council continued to push these soft on crime policies when violent crime apparently has skyrocketed in Washington, D.C. as a result?
Well, I don't agree that we have done that. In fact, in my statement at the beginning, I noted a number of changes to the law that the council.
Yes, sir. Well, yesterday, though, we stepped in and have changed a couple of those laws that we felt like proved that y'all were soft on crime.
One of those was the age of 14. That actually was adopted by Congress in 1970.
Okay. What about the one where they're not allowed to chase someone who has stolen a car?
We revised that law, I believe it was last year.
Yet we had to.
When I say revised it, there were complaints we were hearing from the police chief, and we made changes to that law.
Okay. In your statement regarding oversight efforts, you stated that these bills were a completely unnecessary intrusion on the district's ability to make and enforce our laws because of the recent work that council has been doing to combat crime. Are you aware that juvenile crime in Washington, D.C. has increased every year since 2020?
I don't believe that's Correct, but the data, the Attorney General would have the exact
Okay.
data. But I will say that juveniles should not be involved in crime. And that should be the goal of any society, of any community, and that's our goal. We do not want juveniles involved in crime. We want them in school, we want them learning, we want them to have every opportunity to achieve as an adult.
Okay. In 2021, Mayor Bowser requested $11 million for additional funding for police officers. In response, you and your colleagues on the D.C. City Council proposed a compromise package that would appropriate $5 million to police officers and various amounts to gun safety initiatives. Because, as quoted, because the solution can't solely be more police. Why have you consistently tried to impede the work and support systems for police officers?
Well, we haven't consistently. So that is true about 2020 for the FY21 budget. Every year since then, we have fully funded the request for MPD, for hiring officers and for paying officers. Just yesterday, we adopted a 13% pay raise for police officers. So I don't agree that consistently. I would also note MPD has a budget of about $500 million. I think it's actually more than that now. So when you talk about $5 million, I don't think that's even 1%. That's 0.1%. But that was 5 years ago.
But you'd gladly turn that money back in then? Wouldn't?
Well, in my testimony earlier, I noted that we've been asking the federal government every year for reimbursement through the appropriation process for the EPSF, and that the Congress has shorted us a total of $83 million over the last 4 years. So you can ask me about $5 million.
Over the last, how many years?
4.
4 years,
$83
okay,
million.
that'd be during the Biden administration. General Schwab, did I say that right, Schwab? You said kids
You
should
did,
not be
thank you.
treated as adults. At what age does a kid become an adult?
Under our law, children are considered juveniles until they're 18.
Okay, thank you. And I'm out of time. Again, thank y'all for being here, Mayor.
Thank you.
Pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go really fast because I got a lot to cover. So I'm starting with the AG. I want you to tell me whether or not it's lawful or lawless ignoring court orders,
That's lawless.
impounding congressional funds,
Violates the law.
invoking emergency powers when there is no emergency,
Unlawful.
sending troops without an invite,
Violates the law.
covering for pedophiles. I just threw that one in there. Okay, I'll move to the next one. What about revoking birthright citizenship?
Violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about violating due process?
Violates the 5th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about what we see happening with redistricting that would in some way minimize, if not delete, the voices of people of color as they are going through and illegally going through this process? Is there a constitutional amendment that you can think of that is associated with that?
Probably many, but it is
Okay.
unlawful and unconstitutional and
Thank-
un-American.
Thank you. As well as, can you tell me if it is lawful or lawless to violate free speech?
That's lawless.
Okay, sounds about right, because, we had to have a conversation about Jimmy Kimmel, so I'm going to say free Jimmy Kimmel for sure, and hopefully we will deal with the FCC chairman. But the reason that I wanted to go through that long list, and that was actually not even the half of it, is because since this administration has come in on January 20th, they have engaged in some form of every single thing that I said on that list, even the part about covering for pedophiles. So, my question is, why are we sitting here today? Number one, they already passed their bootleg laws, and it's clear that even the bill author is not well informed about what his bill does. Because as has already been stated, at the age of 18, you are an adult. So this idea that somehow 21-year-olds were now somehow juveniles under DC law, is that accurate or inaccurate?
It was inaccurate, misunderstood the way the law works.
Correct. Could not understand how to read the law and decided that they were going to rewrite the law and mess up the law. And to be clear, we were talking about judges being able to have enough discretion to decide whether or not they were going to give someone an opportunity maybe to clean their record, such as the bill author was given that opportunity under Florida law because his second felony was picked up when he was 21, to be clear. So he was older than 18. And under this law, if you were under, 25, so 24 or under, then the judges had discretion, correct?
but only in certain kinds of cases, not the most serious cases. And in fact, that discretion was, as we know, exercised very rarely. And it would have been an opportunity had the Congress wanted to talk with the folks who are involved in applying that law and seeing how it works to understand that this is not a law that's out of sync with other states, and it's working.
Thank you so much. And the reason that it matters is because now the gentleman from Florida is trying to become a governor, and chances are maybe D.C., once they get statehood, could have had a future governor that had a second chance. But since they don't want other people to have chances that they've been given, they want to just pretend like they are bigger and better and badder than. So I will move on because I am frustrated that we are having this hearing when we know that this administration can't take care of their own business. As we know, they recently illegally bombed yet another Venezuelan boat, and we may be headed for a war. We know that this particular president has decided that he wants to shake down people as it relates to the First Amendment because he has filed not one lawsuit, not two lawsuits, but he has filed numerous lawsuits. He filed a lawsuit against the New York Times. He filed one against the Wall Street Journal, against CBS, against ABC, against the Des Moines Register. He is doing all of this because he wants to quash any speech that is not appreciative or lauding him, which is pretty much anything that's factual. So let's talk a few facts about these January 6 felons that should still be incarcerated because they went through the process, but because they were doing things on his behalf, of course, he wanted to let them go. So they released more than 1,000 people who participated in the insurrection on this government, many of whom had previous criminal records, like Mr. Theodore Mendenforth, who was convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child, or Mr. Peter Schwartz, who had 38 prior convictions, including one where he beat his wife by repeatedly punching and biting her. Trump also pardoned Mr. David Daniel, who was convicted of production and possession of child pornography. Trump also pardoned Mr. Daniel Ball, who, quote, threw an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers during the Capitol riot. He also had a record for, quote, domestic violence by strangulation. I'm not done. Trump also pardoned Mr. Andrew Taki, who sent nudes to an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a 15-year-old girl. Mr. Casey Hopkins also received a pardon from Trump, and Mr. Hopkins was convicted of forcible rape. According to court records, he, quote, had forcible intercourse with the victim, choked her to the point of impairing her vision, banged her head into a wall, and urinated into the victim's mouth as he humiliated her. These are the people that he decided to release in the streets of D.C. So if anybody does need to clean up D.C., I would agree it is this man, because he is the one that is causing half the crime that we have. Not only is he participating in the crime, but we know that he instigated the insurrection. And if I did say that I had one issue with the Biden-Harris administration, it is the fact that they did not move forward and make sure that this man was put where he should have been put. Because the last time I checked as a criminal defense attorney, and Mr. Attorney General, you may have a different experience, but I never had a defendant that had 34 convictions for felonies and did not spend one day in jail. Never in my life. And the last time I checked, the party of law and order is the only one that decided that they would be out of order and decided to nominate someone who was not only indicted but was actually convicted of multiple felonies. That has never happened in this country, and it is a shame that we are dealing with it now, and now he wants to tell y'all how to do your jobs.
Okay. I thought you were going to say when you had one problem with the Bidens, I thought it was going to be on the pardons, all the pardons that the auto pen pardon.
It's on the fact that they didn't.
Okay, all right, okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. And I'd also like to thank the witnesses for taking the time to be here today. I know y'all are busy, so really appreciate it. Mayor Bowser, thank you to you especially for coming here. You've been mayor for about 10 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, would you describe D.C. as a safe city?
Yes.
You would?
Listen, Mr. Gill, and it was brought up earlier by the Congresswoman from
The murder
Detroit.
rate in Washington, D.C. is the 4th highest of any city in the country. Would you describe that as a safe city?
I have heard every statistic and factoid, and they're all different. About where our city.
Are you disputing that Washington, D.C. is the 4th highest murder rate in the country?
I'm not familiar with that statistic.
You're not familiar with that
statistic. What I know, Mr.
This is
Gill,
your city.
Mr. Gill,
Respectfully, this is your city.
Respectfully, I know that we have driven our murder rate down.
What was the homicide rate in 2014? before you were elected?
I don't know.
Do you know how much the homicide rate has changed during your 10 years, Mayor?
I do.
How much?
It has gone up.
It's gone up
and
by
it is
about
going
70%.
down.
It's gone up by about 70% from
I don't think that's
2014 to
correct. I don't think that's
2024. Those are
correct.
from the Metropolitan Police Department.
I
That
don't
is
think that
correct.
number is correct.
You should know the crime
Yeah, and
statistics for your
I
own
do-
city,
I do know
especially
my
whenever it's
crime
this
statistics.
dangerous. Do you know how carjackings have trended during your time in office?
I know that they have gone down.
They're up over 500% since from 2014 to 2024. That's not a safe city. I don't think any person would call that a safe city. We'll move on. Do you agree that defunding the police makes our communities less safe, don't you?
This is what I want to say.
It's a straightforward question.
yeah.
You're not
Well,
going to
this is my-
filibuster. Do you
this is my
think that
answer.
defunding the police
This
makes
is
our
my
communities
answer.
less safe?
What I know is that people have moved here. People have sent their kids here. People have started businesses here. We have record.
Does
we have
defunding the
record
police make our
visitation,
communities
and
more
so
or less
those
safe?
are the indications
defunding the police
of
make
a
our
city
communities
where
more
people
or
want
less
to
safe?
live, work, and
You
visit.
won't even back your own police department
You-
right now.
you-
I'm
clear-
asking you, does defunding the police make our communities more or less safe? And you won't give me a straight answer.
I've already answered that today.
And why don't you tell me again, do you think that defunding the police makes our communities more or less safe?
I've never defunded the police, nor would I.
So you think it makes our communities less safe, is that correct?
I just told you, I've never defunded the police, and
I
I never would.
understand that. You know, you may not have defunded the police, and that's a good thing, but you did provide a $125,000 grant to an organization lobbying to defund the police. Are you aware of that?
What is that you just raised?
It's an organization called HIPS that you provided just this year, fiscal year 2025, a $125,000 grant to.
I
This
think
is
we
them
funded
lobbying
them to
defund the
do public
police.
health work.
Quote, "It's time we shifted to a society free of police and systems of incarceration."
We fund them for public health work.
For public health?
Yes.
Does this make our communities more healthful? By defunding our
we
police?
fund them for public
You
health.
think defunding our police and lobbying to defund our police and undermine local
I've
law
answered that
enforcement
question.
makes our communities more safe?
I've answered
more
that
helpful?
question.
Do you think that providing tax dollars to an organization who wants to defund our police is good for the residents of Washington, D.C.?
We wouldn't fund them for that purpose. We would
But you
fund them.
funded them, and you chose to give them money. You gave them hard-working tax dollars to an organization that wants to defund the police.
We fund them for public health.
Do you think that giving housing, free housing to illegal aliens is an appropriate use of tax dollars?
We think if it keeps people off the streets, then we have to keep people off the streets.
You agree with giving your residents tax dollars and using them to give subsidized housing for illegal aliens?
But Mr. Gill, we also didn't agree with the governor of Texas or Arizona busing people, tricking them to come to our city.
And it's
we
not,
didn't agree
not
with that
surprising
either.
to me because you're also funding NGOs that support free housing for illegal aliens.
And I hope you
And
would
are lobbying
agree
for
that
You're
other
using tax
governors
dollars
shouldn't
to provide-
send
to
people on
provide
buses
NGOs
that don't
that are
have any
lobbying to
housing
give
to our city.
free housing for illegal aliens in your city. That makes your city less safe. I want to move on. In May of 2024, and this was referenced earlier, there were some major pro-Palestinian protests and sit-ins at George Washington University. This was during final exam season. They were terrorizing Jewish students. They were doing it for weeks. It was a major problem. The police were called in, and you stopped them from doing their job. Why is that?
I didn't stop the police from doing anything.
It is illegal for them to block a roadway. We've got the law right here. It's unlawful for a person, alone or in concert with others, to obstruct or incommode any street avenue. That's exactly what they were doing, and you refused to allow police to clear them out. Why is that?
That's incorrect.
Why would you stop? Clear the record then.
I never stopped the
You didn't
police.
stop them.
No, I did not.
You didn't stop them. Would you like to explain what happened? Why police never cleared out this roadway?
Police did clear roadways.
They were there for weeks.
Police cleared roadways.
They were there for weeks,
Actually,
terrorizing Jewish
they were
students, and this was
probably
in your
on
city.
private property, not on the roadway.
No, they were on public roadways.
No, they weren't.
Terrorizing Jewish students,
they
and you
weren't.
allowed it to happen.
No,
I
they
yield
weren't.
my time back.
No, they weren't.
Gentleman's time's expired. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna give you time. All right, I'm going to recognize the ranking member for some unanimous consent requests.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 19th, 2025 article from the American Prospect titled, "The GOP states with guards deployed to D.C. have urban murder rates way higher than D.C.'s."
Without objection, so ordered.
I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this February 28th, 2024 study from Third Way titled, "The 21st Century Red State Murder Crisis," which lays out the decades-long problem with high murder rates in red states and undermines the Republican myth that crime is their strong point.
Without objection, so ordered.
And my final one is from Newsweek, but I don't know the date right now. But this goes to what the gentleman was just talking about when he said that D.C. has the 5th highest homicide rate in the country. According to Freedom for All Americans 2024 data, D.C. is not on this list at all. It starts with St. Louis, and number 10 is Chicago.
Without objection, so ordered. So in closing, I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I know it was a very long hearing, but this is an issue that America's watching. This is America's city. This is the capital city. We want it to be safe. Many of us spend at least half our waking hours here in Washington, D.C., so even though it's not our official residence, we spend a lot of time here. Many of us spend more time here than in certain parts of our district. So I want to yield to the ranking member, Ms. Crockett, for a brief closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues for their questions, and to our witnesses, Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, and Mr. Jackson for your service and for your testimony here today. I appreciate all of your voices and your leadership to fight for D.C. and its rights. You debunked a lot of misinformation today. Washington, D.C. is a great American city which deserves to govern itself like any community in our country. If Donald Trump wants to run D.C., he should resign as president, I'm here for it, and run for mayor. Congress should not waste time undermining the city's elected leaders. We will continue to work with you all to support real public safety through smart policies that support communities and hold criminals accountable. We will work with you to tackle gun violence and to protect the rights of every American. Our committee will not ignore the real crime at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We need to stand up for free speech and against corruption and weaponization. Chairman Comer, I appreciate your commitment to work with us to hear from FCC Chair Brendan Carr, which I think is the most alarming news of this last week. I hope both sides of our committee are opposed to the President of the United States picking and choosing late-night TV hosts. It is ridiculous and dangerous. I'd like to thank our witnesses once again for your testimony today, and thank you for your service. I look forward to working with you throughout my time on this committee.
Thank you. And let me say, D.C. crime reached new levels over the last several years. President Trump finally tackling the crime crisis with the deployment of federal law enforcement. We are thankful to President Trump for wanting to tackle the crime crisis in this country. That was an issue in the presidential election, and it was an issue which every poll shows was important to voters all across America, especially urban and suburban voters. So we commend him for sending troops into the cities to support what local law enforcement we have. And I know, Mayor Bowser, I appreciate you and your leadership in the city. I know you're in a very difficult position as mayor. We believe that a lot of the problems stem from a lack of accountability where our law enforcement's hands are tied in Washington, D.C., as well as our juvenile justice rules and laws and system is not where it should be to hold the most vicious criminals accountable, regardless of their age.